Good morning and welcome to Health and Human Performance Research Symposium. My name is Billy Hawkins and I'm the Interim Department Chair for the Department of HHP. This symposium today will not have taken place without the contributions of HHP Research Symposium Committee, which includes Dr. Mark Hamilton, Debbie Hamilton, Dr. Ted Zaderick, Dr. Josh Yellen, and Dr. Michael Cottingham. Thank you all for your time in putting this event together. I would like to also thank Prashant for his marketing and technological expertise in helping us to host this event as a Zoom webinar. Finally, I would like to thank the presenters, panelists, and moderators for sharing their expertise, and thanks to those who have decided to join us for this learning experience. As many of you know, research is one of the major pillars of the University of Houston. As an institution of higher learning, a premier Tier 1 campus, and the flagship of the University of Houston system, the University of Houston has a charge of being a leader in connecting potential and opportunity and being an engine for discovery, conversation, and change that informs and leads local, state, and national and global partnerships. The Department of Health and Human Performance generate knowledge, develop scholars, leaders, sport management practitioners, and health and wellness professionals, and we serve the community through innovative programs and partnerships. What will be on display today in this research symposium is a glimpse of the research efforts HHP offers to the university's mission of connecting potential with opportunity. I hope you enjoy the presentations and panel sessions this day. Once again, thank you for joining us. And at this time, I turn it over to Dr. Chris Ariana to introduce the first session and its presenters.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hawkins. I appreciate that. Let me share my screen. Today we have 5 talks, but before we get to our session here, I want to take a few minutes just to introduce our faculty. So let me share my screen. Okay, so here I wanted to take a few minutes to introduce our faculty that make up the Center for Neuromotor and Biomechanics Research. So here I want to start from the top. We have our director, Dr. Stacy Gorniak, our fearless leader. She studies sensory motor function and really tries to understand how neuropathology changes our ability to use our hands. To our right, we have Dr. Charles Lane, professor. His interest is in studying posture and locomotion and really tries to understand the importance of somatosensory input and how that produces coordinated movement. He's also recently taken up interest in studying the brain using fMRI. Next on the bottom, to our right, we have Dr. Boon Lee, associate professor, and his interest is in developing real-time biofeedback technologies to help prevent falls, and also introducing or developing methods in which we can improve fall recovery in patients who had a higher risk of falls. It's me at the bottom. I'm an assistant professor. My interest is in locomotion energetics. I study humans, study animals, and I'm interested in whole body mechanics that link to the mechanics of walking and running. And I also study muscle tendon function and its control. To the left, on the screen, we have Dr. Pranav Parikh, assistant professor. His interest is understanding sensory motor function, mechanisms, and motor control, and trying to understand how that changes across the lifespan, young, old adults, and even in patients with disease and injury. And on the top left here, we have Dr. Adam Thrasher, associate professor, and his interest is in studying different methodologies, and helping improve walking function, cardiovascular function in individuals who are recovering from a spinal cord injury and or a stroke. So that makes up our faculty within the CNBR. And next I want to present Sally DeBello, who will be giving our first talk for this session. Sally? All right, let me see here. See, Prashant, can you help me move my screen or stop sharing my screen. I don't know where it went. There we go. Stop. There we go. Sally. Okay, so Sally Prashant, it looks like she needs access to, as a panelist so she can share her screen.
Okay, we're getting there.
There we go.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Sally DeBello. I'm a third-year PhD student, and my advisor is Dr. Stacy Gorniak. I'm excited to present my research on the predictors of self-reported physical function of AFO users with a history of stroke. There I was, just a year into my independent clinical practice as a certified orthotist, fitting an ankle foot orthosis on my patient who'd had a stroke about 10 years ago. As he began to walk, I was completely impressed with myself. I saw improved gait speed, better gait quality, and improved balance function. But a couple weeks later, he came to a follow-up appointment and said, "I know you worked really hard on this, but the brace just isn't helping me." I was completely flabbergasted, but what I had just experienced was the human in human performance. That story illustrates an example of how important it is to not only capture the objective aspects of rehabilitation, but to also capture how the patient experiences those changes in physical function. AFOs like the one I provided are commonly used to restore walking function after stroke, but not everyone who has a stroke will have symptoms that warrants the need for the AFO. We therefore hypothesize that AFO users may be a subset of the stroke population with unique characteristics associated with their self-reported physical function. We performed a retrospective analysis of 237 patients presenting to a large orthotic services provider for AFO evaluation. Physical function was measured using 8 items from the patient-reported outcome measurement information system, also known as PROMIS. 13 patient characteristics were entered into a backward elimination, multiple regression, to determine which of these characteristics were most predictive of physical function for the sample. The average score reported by the sample was 30, which is 1 standard deviation below previous reports of physical function for the stroke population and 2 standard deviations below the general unimpaired population. These scores are considered to be severe physical function impairment under the PROMIS system and supports the idea that AFO users may be a subset of the population, of the stroke population, with special needs and considerations. Of the 13 patient characteristics entered into the regression, we found that those who required more living assistance, those who'd had their stroke more recently, and those who required a more supportive assistive device all had lower self-reported physical function. Although AFO use did not emerge as a significant predictor of physical function in this study, over 75% of existing AFO users reported wearing their brace every single day. The results of this study suggest that there is a need for patient-reported outcome measures that are more sensitive to AFO intervention. In addition, our study suggests the need for a holistic approach to not only human performance research, but also clinical care. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I appreciate it. Very, very interesting talk. We can follow up with a few minutes for questions and answers, but I'll start off with the first one.
Sure.
So it was interesting about your story with that particular individual who immediately showed improvements in walking performance, right? If, given, as scientists, we're looking at very objective measures, and immediately an increase in walking speed would tell you, great, right? We've improved this person's ability to walk faster. And that's also been associated with, longer longevity, right, in the lifespan, improved quality of life. So what exactly was it about the brace that this individual didn't like? Or, I mean, what other subjective things did you learn about people using these type of AFOs?
Yeah, so I think my mistake as a young clinician was assuming that his walking performance was the most important thing to him. I think it's easy for people without chronic diagnoses or people who are able-bodied without any impairment to imagine that not being able to walk properly might be like the worst thing that could ever happen to you. But really, he wasn't very happy with the brace because it impaired his ability to plantar flex and dorsiflex his ankle to push the gas pedal in his car. So it's still, the technology for lower limb orthotics isn't quite there. It's really hard to design something that optimizes walking, but is still flexible enough for these small movements like driving a car. So I think really identifying which aspects of someone's physical function or just their life is the most important to them, and not assuming that it's something that would be important to me was a big lesson that I learned there.
Yeah, so it looks like you solved one problem, but then you ended up creating another one.
Yeah. So, making sure that I'm really focused on the main thing that's important to the patient is really important.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from any of the attendees, or if you have a question, please place in the chat box. I'd be happy to translate that for you. And we can welcome questions from the panelists as well. Others on here now.
Go ahead, Nishant. I see your hand raised on Zoom.
Hi, Sally. I think I posted a question in the box, but I can just directly ask here.
Oh, perfect.
So interesting talk, interesting question. I was curious to know whether there are any clinical guidelines already at place to assess whether a patient needs AFO versus not.
Not right now. That's part of my motivation to get a PhD, is to sort of be someone who can bridge the gap between, the evidence that is out there and developing some clinical practice guidelines. There have been some that have been put out in the UK and other documents like that with specific guidelines, but they don't necessarily help you navigate these more subjective conversations. So it's pretty clear cut that if someone has weak dorsiflexion, then you design an AFO to substitute for weak dorsiflexors. If they have weak plantar flexors, you design it for that. And there's dozens of options to substitute for those weak muscles, but it's really challenging to figure out how much those biomechanical improvements actually impact someone's quality of life or how they go about their everyday activities. Most research is generally focused on walking ability, balance ability, and things that we assume will improve quality of life, but we just don't have those large scale studies to really tell us, hey, if this is someone's primary goal, this is the clinical practice guideline to help you get there. That's a great question. Thank you, Nishant.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Sure.
Thank you, Sally. Well, for time purposes, let's move on. But you have some great questions from the audience on the chat box. So I encourage you to go there and try to respond. Okay. Thank you so much, Sally. Let's move on to our next presenter. Next, we have Dr. Junmo An. Junmo.
Can you stop the sharing screen? Yes, okay, I'll go. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Junmo An, working at Dr. Rees Group. So I'm going to be speaking about electrocortical activity changes while human participants stand up straight, walk, and recover from unexpected trip perturbation induced by split belt treadmill. Falls are the top cause of accident in people who are healthy, young, and old adult, as well as people with neurological disorders. About 30% of old adults fall and suffer from severe injuries. So falls affect quality of life by increasing the fear of falling and reducing confidence in performing daily tasks. Falls are usually caused by interaction of several risk factors, such as physical, neurological, and environmental factors. Unexpected gait perturbations that are trip and slip perturbations, 9% of fall. 57% of people who fell down receive severe injury. We propose this system to induce unexpected trip perturbation using a split belt treadmill. So during working on a treadmill, left belt is completely stopped about 500 milliseconds. This system provides trip perturbation, therefore human participants lose the balance and they try to recover the balance from three perturbations. We applied 128 channel EEG cap to the participant head. Then we collected brain activity signals from young adult using EEG recording system. After EEG data collection and pre-processing, so EEG data were segmented into three periods, about 4 seconds standing, walking, and recovery period, because normal walking resumed approximately 4 seconds after the trip perturbation based on the recovery time period calculation algorithm. Then we compared power spectral density differences across the three periods. So here's the power spectral density result in primary sensory motor cortex. So in SMC region, theta power significantly increased and alpha power significantly decreased during the recovery. Here's the PSD result in posterior prior cortex. In PPC region, theta power significantly increased during the working period compared to the standing period. Alpha power significantly the recovery period compared to the standing and working period. Compared to this. We found the significant power spectral density differences in SMC and PPC region across the three periods. So we believe that this is the first study to show the significant and desynchronization during the period as compared to the working period. These results can be used as features for decoding for brain-computer interface and neuro rehabilitation as well as gait rehabilitation. Yeah, thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. An. Very interesting work. We can open up with the question and answers, but just to keep it consistent, I'll start with the first one. So I was really curious if you look back at your results section where you have your power spectral density for your theta, alpha, beta signals. What are those? I guess what do those range of signals represent in terms of the brain? Does that give any idea of how rapid the brain is passing those signals?
Yeah, actually, yeah. In the neuroscience, delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma, yeah, usually used for frequency band. So, for example, delta is 1 to 4 hertz, and theta to 4 to 7, alpha and 8 to 13, and beta is 14. 5. So usually for gait-related the brain signal analysis, yeah, we focus on delta, theta, alpha, and beta. Yeah, frequency band only. Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious because looking at your top right graph, you had for your recovery, you had your theta, which is your lower frequency signals, 4 to 7 hertz. It seems like you have the strongest response in your lower frequency signals, but I guess I would have intuitively thought that you would have gotten the biggest response in the faster frequency, right, or in the higher region of the PSD, like the beta. Mm-hmm. Could you talk about that? I don't know if I'm thinking about this correctly, but it just seemed a little counterintuitive to me in terms of the frequency of the spectrum.
Right. Yeah, power spectral density, it depends on the brain region. So this graph is for post-prior cortex. So we focus on the alpha band for data analysis. Alpha band is related to attention. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, very interesting work. Any other questions from any of the panelists or the attendees? Again, you're welcome to chat in the chat box. Any questions? We have time for one more. I think there's people chatting, but I can't see the chat box on my end. I can see questions, but I don't see any posts yet. Let me follow with one more question, Dr. An. So in your conclusion slide, you want to study a bigger, I guess a larger sample size. do you have any interest in trying to understand how people who are at a higher risk of falls, whether that that response in the brain, whether that might differ from, say, normal healthy individuals?
Yeah, great question. We already recorded brain signal from older adults over 65 years old. So I'm still analyzing data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it looks very difficult. Your data looks very very interesting, but also very complicated. So any preliminary results that you're finding? Do you see older adults responding in a very similar way?
So far, no. Yeah, we just focus on older adult data during sleep perturbation, but also, we recorded data for sleep perturbation as well.
I see. Okay, well, that ends this particular talk. Thank you so much, Dr. An. Very interesting. Next, we have Mr. Nishant Rao, who's working with Dr. Pranav Parikh. Nishant?
Hi, everyone. Let me see if I can share the screen. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes, it's great. Thank you.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Morning. My name is Nishant Rao, and my advisor is Dr. Pranav Parikh. The topic for our research is neurophysiological control underlying postural stability after stroke. Now, many of you may already know that individuals with stroke exhibit severe impairments in their balance control. And also, a part of the brain region after the episode of stroke stops functioning. Due to this, there is a lot of brain reorganization that also takes place. So are the balance impairments and the brain reorganization related? That is something we are interested to know in this project. In our previous study with healthy young individuals, we identified a few cortical centers as shown on the top brain image, which help us maintain balance. Now, we would like to know how episode of stroke alters activity within these regions. How do we do that? So we recruit patients with stroke and their healthy age and gender match control subjects. Once they're out to the lab, we equip them with EEG sensors, which are a group of electrical sensors embedded in a cap, and they help us record electrocortical activity of the subjects non-invisively. Once they are equipped with this cap, we also instruct them to perform a balance task on a Neurocom balance platform. On this platform, they can stand and while being safely harnessed, and the platform can deliver balance perturbations with low, medium, or high difficulty levels. Also, while they are performing the task, we record their muscle activity using the EMG sensors on their upper and lower leg muscles. What do we find? So based on our preliminary data from 4 patients and 1 healthy control subject, the plot on the left side shows impairments in patients' ability to maintain balance when compared to the healthy subject. As shown on the right side, we saw altered brain connectivity between frontal and parietal regions in patients when compared to that in healthy subjects. Although preliminary in nature currently, these trends help us know what kind of patterns we might look at when the study is complete. Finally, acknowledging key personnel in the task, Dr. Parikh, Dr. Contreras Vidal, and brilliant undergraduates who we had the pleasure working with, Hiba, Sheel, Meera, Neha, Sampada, Eric, Michelle, Neha. So thank you for your attention. I'll be very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nishant. Excellent talk. So we have a question from the audience, from Bethany Gill. She's asking, so tripping and falling in this case is a result of malfunction of the brain, more so than a malfunction of the body's response to the brain signals.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your response to that question? Which sounds like a very interesting question to me.
Sure, that's a great question. So what happens is when the body encounters a challenging balance perturbation, for example, a trip or a slip, that's when some of the cortical centers are activated to help us maintain balance in that kind of an uncertain environment. Now, based on our previous study in healthy young individuals, we located these centers within the brain. So as shown in this slide here, the top panel, these are usually located in the frontal and parietal regions. Now, we know how the activity in these regions change in healthy individuals. Our next question is that there is significant brain reorganization that occurs after stroke, and those patients also feel severe impairments in maintaining balance. So how is the activity within these regions changing after the stroke?
Thank you, Nishan. Nishan, can you go back to I think your last slide where you show the results with the brain?
Sure.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you say altered brain connectivity post-stroke. So let's say you have some kind of response to a perturbation. You measure these signals in F4 and P4, correct?
Right.
So in healthy individuals, what is the normal response time into which, and I assume that these regions are communicating with each other? So what is the normal response time in terms of how they, the time in which they communicate in healthy individuals?
That's a great question again. So in this, that time by which the body responds or the brain responds depends very much on the nature of the perturbation. And in this case, the neurocom, we give a sway dependent perturbation, which is if a person is standing with a perfect sway, which is rarely the case, they won't experience any perturbation at all. But then if they are swaying with any other value, the platform will respond to that sway by giving low, medium, or high difficulty level. And in our case, this goes on for 20 seconds each trial. So the activity we see here is in response to a continuous nature of the perturbation, not a specific one that is given to the subject and then it's over. It stays for continuously for 20 seconds.
I see. Okay, so that brings me to my last question then, since we don't have any other
sure, please
questions.
go ahead. I'll be happy.
So then there's also a time component to see how they respond to the perturbation. So how do you tease out potentially a learning period, right? Let's say that the initial response to the perturbation is high, and then over time they learn how to respond to that perturbation. And maybe there's a kind of a decrease in the amplitude of the signals in the brain. So how do you tease that particular learning period, right? And that might show some interesting information, right? How quickly can a patient learn?
That's sure. So if you can see on the left panel plot, the x-axis, you see 0.0, 0.4, 2.0.
Yes.
Then there is again 0, 0.6, and minus 0.4. So that takes into account the learning effect that although we give low, medium, high difficulty trials, the exact gain is not the same as the trials before.
Okay.
So although
in a way they can't learn what to expect,
right?
Because you've randomized these conditions. I see.
Sure.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think we should move on to our next talk. Thank you, Nishan. Very interesting work.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ms. Daisy Vega.
Alrighty, give me 1 second for this up. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see that your PowerPoint.
Okay, alrighty. So hi everyone, my name is Daisy. I am a first year PhD student working with Dr. Ariana on the CNVR lab. So I only have one slide for you just so we can focus on kind of what's going on here. So we tried to investigate this potential assistive device for walking. And what we wanted to do is incorporate the arms and the legs together. And the rationale behind this was that during normal walking, the arms kind of just swing back and forth. And so we kind of wanted to make the arms a bit more useful for walking purposes. And we wanted them to play a more active role during walking. In order to test that idea and see if it is possible to actively use the arms, we built this pretty simple rope pulley system It's just some pulleys with some rope that attach the same-sided arm to the same-sided leg. And what we thought was going to happen was that the arm was going to use the rope to its advantage to help swing the leg forward. But what we actually found out was that the arm with this rope pulley system and the treadmill that the person is walking on interacted in such a way that helped propel the whole body forward. And what this did is it actually reduced the metabolic cost of walking by 17%. In other words, it helped reduce the energy needed to walk. And that was a pretty cool finding because if you look at other work that's done with like exoskeletons or robotic devices, like the whole aim is to make walking cheaper, make it easier to walk. And so it was just cool that we were able to see that in just this simple rope pulley system. And I guess like one thing I kind of want you to take away from this, I know most of you here are undergraduate students, just like trying to listen with some research talks, but sometimes science just starts with a simple question, and it takes something as simple as a rope pulley device to help answer that question. And now that we've actually provided proof of concept that the arms could play a more active role in walking, now that just paves the way for more research questions. How can we really use the arms in a clinical setting for walking recovery? What kind of clinical populations can benefit from this? And so, yeah, I guess one thing I just want you to get away from this is that don't be intimidated by science. Sometimes it just starts with a simple question. And if you want to pursue research, whether it's in the SynVR lab, other labs at UH, I say you go for it. You don't have to be a genius. This is just simple pulleys that you learned in 3rd grade. But yeah, that's pretty much my talk. If you have any questions, just leave it in the chat.
All right, thank you, Daisy. Any questions, please post them in the chat. I'll follow up, Daisy, with the question. In your project, you know, we've kind of showed proof of concept in kind of normal, healthy, functioning young adults. But what would be, you know, if you had to, to do your dream experiments and you had, funding from NIH, R01, what would you do next?
So I guess the next thing would be to test it in the clinical population. Specifically, we're kind of interested in more looking in the incomplete spinal cord injury patients who have retained some arm function. And we're trying to see if maybe, we would investigate to see if they could use or elicit the same findings that we did with those who were neurologically intact. And we would also explore this idea of if it provided any neural benefits, and that would require some other different methodology to kind of test that. So just to make sure to see if we can, if we would elicit the same results in the clinical population.
So there's a couple of questions from the chat box, but I'll follow up on on kind of your talk to the undergraduate students. So Daisy, for those that didn't know, Daisy started off in the lab with me as an undergraduate. She was a junior and she was in my undergraduate biomechanics class. And so I recruited her to come into the lab and work with me. So, it was just conversations that we had, and she had interest in biomechanics, and we figured out a kind of what I thought was a simple project, but didn't turn out so simple. But
yeah, I make it look simple here, but it really was. it took some learning.
If anyone's interested in learning more, we do have a couple of abstracts that are published, and Daisy has given a talk at the American Society of Biomechanics. So you can Google search that or just email Daisy or myself, and we can share that information. Some questions from the audience. So a question from Bethany Gill. She's asking, is this an example of how an elliptical is more effective than a treadmill alone?
That's a good question. I always get that question because it's like, yeah, it's kind of the same thing of using your arms to assist your legs. I don't really know how more effective this would be as an elliptical. The elliptical kind of just helps, right? Just move your legs as you're standing upright. This device kind of provided resistance on the rope, and that kind of helped propel the whole body forward. And that's not essentially what the elliptical does. So it works differently in that sense. I wouldn't say one is more effective than the other one.
Another question from Mr. Nishant Rao. He asked, do you think this equipment could restrict the free walking patterns in individuals?
Yeah, so what we actually found was it didn't really change the gait or the range of motion of the legs as compared to normal walking, but what it did, what happened was that it helped swing the arm more forward than it did during normal walking. Because what we found was that as the treadmill belt was moving backwards, the foot was planted on the belt. So that pulled on the rope at the leg connection, which pulled the same sided arm forward to a greater range than it was during normal walking. And then what the arm was doing was trying to resist that forward motion, and that's what helped propel the body forward.
All right, thank you. One more question for Daisy here from the audience. Mr. Martin, he asked, does this tie into coordination? So people that naturally swing their arms as they walk, are they more quote unquote efficient walkers?
Yeah, so you had the right thinking going. What a study Chris or Dr. Ariana has done is that when you take away arm swing, it actually makes walking more, it's harder. It requires more energy. When you allow it to be more free and naturally coordinate with the legs, then that helps it's a benefit for walking. So it makes it cheaper. And in our case, this coordination allowed for that arm swing, and it took advantage of that to make it more easier to walk.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah.
The chat box and respond. But we have from Dr. Joyce here. By reducing the metabolic cost of the arms, does this reduce calories burned?
Yes.
Which may not be a good thing, right? You want to burn more calories.
Simply put, yes. So yeah, it depends on your goal. Are we talking about certain populations who already struggle to just stand up, right? Who just struggle to take a step forward? That requires a lot of energy. So the goal in terms of rehab, yes, you want to make it easier. In terms of just trying to strengthen your muscles or kind of like get better at something, you want to make it easier for yourself, right? So yeah, it just depends on the goal.
Okay, thank you so much, Daisy. For time, we're gonna move on, but I encourage you to look at the chat box and respond to some more interesting questions from the audience. Last in our finale here, we have Mr. Hidetaka Bona, who's gonna talk about hand function and heart failure. Hide, it's all yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me? And can you also see the screens?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen.
Okay. So here we go. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Hidetaka Hibino. I work with Dr. Gorniak, and today I would like to talk about my next research project, heart failure and hand function. So today, 6 million American adults have heart failure, and it is expected that another 2 million American adults are going to develop heart failure in the next 10 days. And while people with heart failure experience different symptoms, for example, fatigue, fluid retention, and dyspnea, a study also demonstrating that they experience reduced independence, which means they are having a hard time to do basic self-care activities such as bathing, dressing, feeding, transferring, for example, getting up from the beds, getting off from the chairs. And decline independence is actually a serious problem in this population because it is linked with mortality, the death, hospitalization, readmission, ER visitation, and quality of life. Also, a study demonstrated that if people with heart failure were able to improve their independence, the risk of mortality improved by 16%. So tackling this reduced independence in people with heart failure is actually really beneficial. But the fact is that we don't know why they have reduced independence, and we don't know what is causing the declining independence in this population. So my research question will be why people with heart failure are becoming dependent in daily living, and what are the underlying mechanisms. So After I read so many literature, I hypothesized that reduced independence in people with heart failure is due to declined motor function that is associated with impairment in cognitive and sensory function. So in my next project, I'm going to do a quasi-experimental study, which I recruited people with heart failure and age and sex matched individuals. I'm going to compare data that I collected from a series of sensory motor tests, including pinching tasks in order to assess their hand function, sensation tasks to measure their sensory function. I'm also going to use this dual tasking task where subjects perform two tasks at the same time. And I'm going to compare how the performance of the task declined compared to when the subjects were performing the task, each task by itself. Thank you for your attention. I would like to hear questions.
Thank you, Hide. Again, if you have questions, please post them on the chat, but I'll start off with the first one. So Hide, in your experiments, you talk about some different measures of studying sensory motor ability.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Pinching tasks, sensation tasks, dual tasking tasks.
Yes.
And I guess I would associate these type of like especially the dual tasking task, dealing a lot with the brain, right, and how the brain process that information. How does the heart and potentially its failure tie into the brain as an organ, right, and how these different organs connect and communicate with each other?
So there are several mechanisms that can lead to that can explain how heart failure is affecting brain function. But one like explanation is that like hyperperfusion or decline blood flow in the brain. So the study has been demonstrating that some region in the brain have a lower blood flow compared with healthy individuals. And that area is also overlapped with the area that's responsible in cognitive function memory and other a critical area that's responsible in motor control as well. So there's actually, I didn't really mention in this presentation, but there are so many evidence that like there are also, aside from functional impairment of the brain, study also demonstrating that people with heart failure have a structural abnormality in the brain, which, for example, brain matter loss, cortical thinning. The cortical thickness is getting thinner compared to healthy older adults. And the study also have seen damage and myelination and accent in the brain as well.
I see.
No, so it's very complicated. It's very complicated interaction.
Yeah, but it makes sense though, because if you think about the heart, it's the primary pump, right? The blood.
Yes, exactly. So yeah,
if can't deliver the oxygen that the brain requires, right, then it's going to atrophy, right? Lose its ability to deal with with the daily functions, right, of living. So that definitely makes a lot of sense. Is there any way to tie that into any type of blood flow measurements that that might change during these type of tasks? Like, could you measure that?
Yes. So of course, there are some neuroimaging techniques that you can measure blood flow or oxygen consumption during the specific task. For example, F-near, functional near infrared refractory. I'm sorry, maybe I'm saying it wrong, but this neuroimaging techniques measures how much oxygen the brain is using during specific tasks. So based on those information, you can assume that this area is using more energy, I guess. But if like you see a difference between healthy people, you can assume, well, the brain is not efficiently using the well, basically, is you can probably say the brain is not working properly, or like there's some like something is blocking
Compromise.
Mhm.
Compromised function. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yes.
No, not necessarily, for this experiment, right? Because it seems very complicated. So maybe in the future you could, figure out a way to kind of incorporate these measures, right? And trying to get in a sense of how the brain and the heart are kind of trying to work together, and maybe how it might be compromised in these patients, right, that have heart failure. So it's an interesting question, and I'm interested to see what you learn from it. But let's go to some of the questions from the audience. So we have a question from Mr. Nishant. He's asking, curious to know how long the effects of heart failure last for. So 1, motor behavior, and 2, brain structures.
So how long the effects of heart failure last for brain structure? How long effects of heart failure last for?
So are these, so I guess maybe we can rephrase it. So let's say that you start to have heart failure. Do you start to see
I see
changes in motor behavior first, and then the brain at the same time, right? Or maybe the other way around?
That is a good question. I believe it starts with brain structures. I don't really have a clear answer for this one, but the fact is that brain is a center, the core that controls, like we are able to control our body because of the brain. So based on that assumption, I think the brain changes in brain structure starts causing the motor impairments.
Yeah, it's hard to know, right? I mean, it's hard to know what the cause and the effect in these cases, right? And I think maybe you can think about it as a clever way to figure out how that happens. Maybe in the future.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting question. And we all deal with those questions in science, right? What's the cause and the effect? It's really hard to know sometimes. Okay, one more question for you, Hide. Question from Hadil. They're asking, do you know what is the cause of the heart failure, linking it to the cognitive function? So is there a certain signal or mechanism in which the heart communicates with the brain?
Like you say, hypoperfusion, decline blood flow is possible mechanism, but there's also inflammatory responses in the brain that can damages the axon as well. And also, I know people with heart failure have this abnormal compensatory mechanism of blood pressure, and that also like extends to the brain as well. So some small vessel breach in the brain is also a possible mechanism that contributed to decline cognitive function in this population.
Yeah, great. Well, thanks again, Hide. I know it's your talk is about hearts and heart failure, but we ended up asking a lot about the brain. So I appreciate you taking the questions. But let's end off with that. Thank you, Hide. Thank you for all the presenters as part of the CNBR, to all the faculty that have supported this research. We're at 9:50. Our next session starts in about 10 minutes. And I'll hand it off to Dr. Markowski, who's going to be facilitating a session from the LIP, the Laboratory of Integrative Physiology. Dr. Markowski.
Thank you, Chris. And let's wait till 10 in case anybody is not joining us until then. And so we have about 9-minute break before that, and then we will get started. Good morning, everyone. It's 10 a.m., so let's get started on our next session. And this is Laboratory of Integrated Physiology Research Update. So we have 7 speakers to you that will give short presentations. The format for today is going to be, we'll have our first 3 speakers go first, and then there'll be time for questions for the 3 speakers. And then we will have our next set of speakers. 4 speakers will give their presentations, and there will be questions for the 4 speakers. And after that, also any final questions that you have. If you have any questions during the talk, please place the questions in the chat or Q&A box. If you put in the Q&A box, it looks like just the panelists see it. So for our first 3 presentations, I'm going to introduce them all at once, and then they can go in quick succession without an introduction in between the 3. So first we have Molly Wong Vega, and she will be presenting on physical activity recommendations by primary care team in children with chronic kidney disease. Next will be Victoria Warren, who will present on exercise and inflammation. And rounding out the first 3 is Charlie Hodgman, who has a presentation on immunometabolic adaptations to exercise training. So our first speaker, Molly, will start us off.
Good morning, everybody. As Dr. Markowski stated, my name is Molly Wong Vega, and I will be presenting on physical activity recommendations by the primary care team in children with chronic kidney disease. So to give you a little background first on the population that I am researching, children with chronic kidney disease are born with congenital abnormalities of the kidney, where their kidney never really functions at 100% capacity. And often as they grow, their function tends to decline. It's a lifelong disease. There's no cure, only treatments. And these children have pretty high rates of mortality when we compare them to their healthy peers. And most specifically, they have quite poor cardiovascular health. And treatments have been going on to be working to be improved over the last 20 to 30 years. And so we really want to look to see how we can continue to improve the care of the care we provide these children to decrease that morbidity and mortality. So when we look at the benefits of physical activity, we know that there are substantial benefits in cardiovascular health, where it can improve cardiovascular fitness, improve lipid profiles, insulin sensitivity. It leads to improved cognition with memory, improved memory, processing speed, attention, and school performance. And then we also know that children with special healthcare needs actually have really high rates of physical inactivity. And we know that physical activity intervention in children with special healthcare needs have been shown to improve morbidities like poor cardiovascular health that we would potentially see in children with chronic kidney disease. However, when we're talking about seeing these patients in a clinic, clinicians often face a lot of barriers to implementing physical activity assessment, counseling, and referrals, where you see that time is extremely limited. And then physical activity assessment or even counseling kind of ends up falling in priority to other medical issues that they're addressing. And so if clinicians are not assessing physical activity, they're then less likely to be able to counsel it. Logically, that flow would not occur. However, vital signs are taken at every medical visit. And so that physical activity as a vital sign has actually been suggested by the American Academy of Pediatrics to kind of initially screen these individuals as a quick assessment metric that could then potentially lead to additional counseling. And it's an efficient method to introduce that piece to this medically complex group, whereby you could see if physical activity is low, then that could be a conversation starter for a patient or their family. So really what my initial research project is looking at is a quality assurance piece, and really looking at, do clinicians assess physical activity? Do they ask, simple questions like how many days a week do you perform physical activity, at what time length, and then the intensity? And then if we assess physical activity, do we actually counsel and then offer referrals to qualified professionals? And so we reviewed over 400 medical records of children over a 2-year time period, followed in a busy pediatric nephrology clinic, where the mean age is about 10 years of age. CKD is, or chronic kidney disease is based on staging and it's cyclical. So it can start at CKD 1 and then advance to 5. And then once somebody gets treatment or a transplant, it goes back to 1. But the majority of these patients seen, over half of them, are less than stage 2, which in this instance, you see a lot less disease-related symptoms that would potentially be barriers of its own in performing physical activity. So what did we find in our preliminary analysis? Well, the clinicians do perform physical activity assessment, but what we found is it's extremely nondescript and non-standardized. And it resembles nothing like a physical activity vital sign that has been recommended. Of those children who are actually assessed, only 68% complete counseling or perform counseling, and then it's also non-specific. So when we actually look at the terminology about when we're talking about how it's assessed or how it's described, 70% of the patients where physical activity assessment was completed, it's extremely, again, nondescript. So they'll say normal for age or age appropriate or as tolerated, unrestricted or active or very active. And really, it becomes a bigger question of what does this mean? Because we know that the health benefits of physical activity are really based on the amount of time spent in certain intensities. And with this nondescript terminology, we can't really identify intensity levels. And then another surprising aspect in our preliminary findings is really looking at the fact that there may be an assumption that these children have a lot of restrictions to where they're unable to perform physical activity. But when you actually look at the clinician documentation, only 6% of all patients in this cohort actually only have minimal restrictions, and primarily they're based on avoidance of contact sports. And so I think our initial findings would suggest that there's definitely ways to improve on physical activity assessment and counseling, but they would likely involve substantial education about the topic for patient-facing clinicians. And then future studies that we're going to really look into investigating is really an analysis of how these nondescript terminologies compare to objective measures of physical activity and what physical activity in children with chronic kidney disease, what kind of health benefits it can infer on them as well. So I'll hold the questions until the end and lead it to my next presentation.
Okay, I think this is set up. All right, hi everyone. My name is Victoria Warren, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about the broad area of exercise and inflammation, and leading up to one or two of the questions that we are trying to address in the Laboratory of Integrative Physiology right now. So, exercise and inflammation. I kind of want to start with inflammation. So any press is good press, right? So back in 2004, Time magazine came out with a cover that highlighted inflammation as the secret killer. It brought a lot of hype and awareness to the topic and how it can be linked with a lot of diseases such as cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and chronic diseases in general. But it also brought a lot of hype as inflammation as this very negative thing. Giving the awareness of inflammation as being something inherently bad. And in reality, there are actually two different types of inflammation that can then be oversimplified into good inflammation and bad inflammation. So before going into a research question addressing inflammation, I kind of want to first address just what are these two, again, very broad overview generalization areas of good and bad inflammation. All right, so inflammation, what is it? So when we tend to think of inflammation, I think the first thing that comes to mind can be acute inflammation. So this is something that is often in response to an injury triggered by the innate immune system. This is if you stub your toe, if you get injured, you have that redness and that swelling, allergic reaction, infection, trauma. This inflammatory response is good because it signals to our body that some sort of acute injury has happened and that our immune system knows to come in and take care of it. We can also refer to this as high activation but short duration inflammation. And this is our broad sense of this is our good inflammation. So going back to that time cover where inflammation flames and scary, everything's bad, acute inflammation is actually considered a good inflammation. So what was the time cover referring to? It was referring to chronic inflammation. So chronic inflammation is constant activation of the immune system. This is what has been related to disease risks, such as chronic diseases, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, sarcopenia, etc. There's a lot of diseases that it has been related to. Chronic inflammation increases as we age, and then also has been shown to increase with risk of chronic disease, which is one of the questions that I'll address later in the presentation. This type of inflammation is, you can kind of shorten it to low activation, but long duration. So it's constantly activated in our immune system, but for a long time. So years as we age, it gets greater. We're going back to our acute inflammation that was high activation, but short duration. So again, this type of chronic inflammation is what we consider to be our, again, very broad bad inflammation because it's been linked to all this risk for chronic disease. So this is what that time cover was talking about. But again, I just do want to preface that when I'm using inflammation in this presentation, what I'm referring to here is chronic inflammation. All right, so disease risk and inflammation, again, this is going back to that low activation and long duration inflammation. But why is this linked with disease risk? So in this low activation and long duration, there's constant activation of the immune system, which can lead to an increase in the circulating cytokines and proteins that we have in our system. This constant activation of pro-inflammatory cytokines can lead to harm to cells and organs in our body. So this is why it's bad, essentially. If these circulating cytokines and proteins are pro-inflammatory cytokines are constantly activated, that could be potentially causing constant harm to our cells and organs. So we'd really like to try to lower the amount of these pro-inflammatory cytokines that are consistently activated. So time has the answer again. Exercise is the cure, right? Well, this is only one article. Again, and I just picked time as an example. But it does show that popular media has picked up on the research showing the importance of exercise, and then also again how the importance of looking at inflammation. So while current research has shown exercise effects on inflammation and popular media has picked up on it, but what's next? So with exercise and inflammation, we know that exercise training has an anti-inflammatory effect. Regular exercise training is related to lower chronic inflammation, as well as the fact that exercise itself is a lifestyle change with many benefits. So lifestyle change meaning that there's something that we can have control over and could potentially change our daily habits to include more exercise in our daily life. This is important because we have seen there's an inverse relationship with chronic disease risk. So higher amounts of exercise, higher amounts of physical activity is related to having a lower risk of chronic disease. So that's why this is extremely important. And again, lower risk of chronic disease, but fatigue, low muscle mass and function, these are all other symptoms of chronic disease. Things, again, that we don't want. So another piece of this puzzle is relationship with age, habitual physical activity and inflammation. I did mention in the earlier slide that inflammation is also related to age. As we age, our chronic inflammation also tends to increase. But habitual physical activity also, while it changes throughout our lifetime, it tends to trend downward as we age. So the older we get, the less habitual physical activity we tend to get, which this relationship we can see again with as we age, chronic inflammation increases. So is there a link there? We know that less than 50% of adults get the recommended amount of daily exercise. And then but we've seen that physically active adults, both young and old, have been shown to have significantly lower amounts of pro-inflammatory biomarkers. And this has been shown in children as young as 10 up to centenarians. So this leads us to the question of if the relationship between physical activity and inactivity and inflammation exists irrespective of age, Is this increased inflammation an effect of physical activity status more so than age, right? So this is one of the broad research questions being addressed within the Laboratory of Integrated Physiology. One of our goals is to better understand this relationship between physical activity and inflammation. And then one of the ways that we can do this is by looking at the related variables of age, chronic disease, and inflammation with habitual physical activity. We know that there's a link. So in a very broad research question, we want to kind of review that link further and kind of see what associations are there, what can we see with our further research questions. So very broad overview, but this is going to be related to a lot of the research that is done in LIP and that you might see further on in the presentations. So, and then I will pass this off to the next panelist.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Charlie Ottman. I work in the Lavoy research group in the LIP. And today I will be talking about bringing together a synthesis of previous research and presenting the question of immunometabolic adaptations to exercise training. So I guess I'll preface this as saying this is a synthesis of previous research and presenting our research question rather than research that we've already done. But with that, I'll get right into it. So as the previous two presenters spoke to, I think we're all well aware that physical exercise has health benefits. It's good for us. But have you ever taken the time to ask why? The usual answers to this question, why is exercise good for your health, usually speak to the capacity for exercise to make us fitter, help with weight loss, or even reduce the risk for cardiovascular disease. What if these answers don't tell the full story? What if there's additional effects of exercise we've yet to identify? These undiscovered effects could be instrumental in explaining the full benefits of exercise and fully realizing its potential for health promotion. When we think about the body's response during exercise, one of the most profound changes that occurs is an increase in energy consumption. During intense exercise, energy turnover in working muscles can increase up to 250 times resting levels. This is substantial disturbance to whole body homeostasis that puts stress on energy producing pathways. In response to this stress, chronic exercise training elicits adaptations that improve the efficiency and the capacity for cellular energy production. Put another way, exercise training broadens the base and increases the peak for cells' ability to make energy. So why does this matter? Well, in skeletal muscle, where these adaptations have been best characterized, such changes directly contribute to improvements in endurance, fatigue tolerance, and maximal exercise capacity we usually associate with training. Additionally, improved skeletal muscle metabolism also aids in blood sugar control. But the story doesn't end there. The stressful stimulus of exercise is not limited to the working muscles. It's felt throughout the body. Consequently, evidence indicates similar adaptations occur in fat tissue, within the brain, and perhaps even in the immune system. Not to diminish the importance of these other two tissue systems, but metabolic adaptations within the immune system are particularly intriguing as cell metabolism plays a dramatic role in the form and function of immune cells, a topic I'll elaborate on next. So I know I just threw a big word up there, immunometabolism. Maybe your mind kind of started to tune out at the fourth syllable. Don't be afraid. This is just a fancy term for the study of how immune cells cycle nutrients. Just like other cells in your body, immune cells make use of sugars, fats, and proteins to make energy, grow, and perform vital functions. Importantly, cells of different classes and activation states leverage different strategies to support their unique functions. In other words, how and how much energy immune cells produce is informed by and informs the abilities of the cells. Viewing immune cells through this lens of metabolism is useful because it can help make sense of the cell's needs during a healthy immune response and how it may go awry. As an example, let's take a general look at the metabolism of T cells. On the left, we see naive, quiescent T cells have relatively low energy requirements, fueled by mitochondrial respiration via fatty acids. In contrast, activated effector T cells participating in pathogen control have higher energy requirements, fueled largely by glycolysis and supplemented by mitochondrial respiration. However, following excessive stimulation or stressful environmental conditions, these same cells may reach a dysfunctional, exhausted phenotype. In this state, mitochondrial dysfunction causes an over-reliance on glycolysis and energetic insufficiency. The big takeaway here is that cellular metabolism is tuned relative to the needs of the cells, and metabolic insufficiency, particularly mitochondrial dysfunction, contributes to maladaptive immune function. This brings up an interesting possibility. If we know that compromised cellular metabolism contributes to impaired immune function, and it appears that exercise training signals systemically for improved aerobic metabolism, could the immune system be trained through exercise? More specifically, could exercise support immune function by bolstering energy production in immune cells? Such a relationship would be important to quantify, as it could help more fully explain the associated benefits of exercise, and it could suggest new ways exercise can be applied to support immune health. For example, exercise training might prove a useful adjunct to boost immune cell fitness in the treatment of chronic viral infections or solid tumor cancers. Conversely, improved aerobic metabolism might help correct a pro-inflammatory immune bias in cases of maladaptive chronic inflammation. However, before any of these possibilities can be evaluated, we first need to confirm if and the extent to which the immune system responds to exercise training with metabolic adaptations. Only once we understand if and how immune cells metabolically adapt to exercise can we go about leveraging exercise to support immunometabolism. These are the questions we aim to evaluate in our upcoming research. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. And we have time for one or two questions. If anybody has one, you can put in the chat box or the Q&A. Chris, looks like you have a question, Dr. Ariana.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Victoria Warren. Thank you for the helpful kind of review. I was interested in kind of understanding whether too much exercise can produce a kind of an overhyped response, inflammatory response. So I guess for someone like me who's getting older, right? It takes me longer to recover from an exercise bout. And I like to kind of do high intensity exercise. So how do you know when to kind of, slow down, recover, give yourself some extra time to recover? Is that the immune response telling you, like in terms of you're working too hard and you need to help give yourself some more time to kind of help your muscles and other tissues recover?
That's a great question. I actually do not have the answer to that off the top of my head. I tend to focus a little bit more on the broader area of just, is this higher amount of exercise related to the decreasing, but I haven't actually looked at what amount is too much. That might be a question that someone else in my area could answer.
Yeah, that's a great question, Chris, as Victoria mentioned. And we're worried about overtraining, but a lot of times what happens is when people exercise too much, there's more of a suppression of the immune system, which can also focus on the, let's say, wrong type of cells. And so ones that may be more pro-inflammatory instead of anti-inflammatory. So it is a balance, But so far, exercise up to 10 times the amount of what is recommended. So that'd be 150 minutes a week is recommended. So 1,500 minutes a week is still considered beneficial. So it would take a while to get to that. And we know the benefits of exercise for aging probably outweighs any possible or just slow detrimental effects with that.
Right. Thank you.
And Dr. Hamilton, do you have a question as well?
Okay, yeah, my question is for Charlie as well. Is there evidence that the immune cells have an insulin-dependent metabolic process? And if so, how sensitive is it to physiological insulin concentrations?
That's not an area of, I guess, of nutrient signaling that I have investigated previously. I'm not aware of insulin signaling within the immune cell, or I'm not up to speed on insulin signaling within the immune cells. I have read some research which demonstrated an increase in GLUT4 or glucose transporters associated with exercise training in immune cells. That would be insulin independent glucose transport, similar to what we see in other tissues associated with exercise training. But as far as the changing insulin sensitivity within the immune cells themselves, or what their native insulin sensitivity is, I'm not aware.
Thank you. And let's move on to the next set, and there'll be time at the end to ask more questions as well. I do see one in the Q&A box, so we'll get to that in the next chunk. So our next four presenters, I'll start us off with exercise, habits, and mood in a global pandemic, followed by Mahmood, who will present on does exercise enhance influenza vaccine in older adults? And Dr. Lavoy will present exercise and the immune system in cancers. And Rebecca Hunt will finish off the presentations with immune cells in the tumor microenvironment. So exercise habits and mood in a global pandemic, specifically the one we are in right now. And when I mention the word stress, what most people tend to think of is mental stress or psychological stress. And that's generally not a good thing, right? But there is also another type of stress, and that is the physical stress of exercise, which is a good thing. And then, of course, there are some things where there's a combination of the two. It can be a physically demanding task, but it's also psychologically and mentally stressful as well. Right. There's a lot of background on this, but I just want to get to the main point because these presentations are short, giving you a nice overview of everything we do. And basically, chronic physical stress, which is exercise, helps prepare us for psychological stress. So somebody who regularly exercises tends to be better prepared to handle mental psychological stress. And similarly, there are also studies where they've done interventions where people who are in the exercise intervention group decrease these markers they're looking at for psychological and mental stress. So in March 2020, we had a global pandemic start, and I don't have to go into too many details about this because we're all unfortunately living this. So we had a safer at home, shelter in place, isolation, depending where you were, what it was called. There was school and daycare closures, social distancing and physical distancing from people. There's economic changes, and there was and still is a lot of uncertainty. So there was a lot of stuff that could cause psychological stress. We had several research questions, but I'm just going to address one today. And that is, were people who were physically active during the pandemic better able to manage increased stress of the pandemic? And we hypothesized that yes, people who were physically active during the pandemic are better able to manage their stress. So we did this survey for about 6 weeks during lockdown, starting at the end of April 2020, so the very beginning of the pandemic. And our requirements for participation had to be adults between the ages of 18 to 75 years who were living in the United States. There was differences in how the different countries were handling this period, and also what the different restrictions and recommendations were. So we wanted to kind of keep that part the same. was an online survey, and there were several questionnaires. The ones I'm going to focus on are, we had 10 positive feelings and emotions and 10 negative feelings that people answered questions about, and also 40 moods or feelings on a 5-point scale. And then there's also a physical activity questionnaire asking what people's physical activity was. So first, with the physical activity, comparing what how many people said they're physically active before and during the pandemic. And we didn't specifically ask them, are you physically active or not? They had a scale they responded to of 0 to 10, of 0 being least active and 10 being most active. And when they're thinking back to their physical activity in the 3 months preceding the pandemic, there was a pretty equal split in the groups between those that ended up responding physically active versus inactive. And during the pandemic, it was about the same. It's a pretty even split. These weren't necessarily the same people. There was changes in physical activity level compared to the period before. And this didn't necessarily mean they changed the physical activity category, but there were changes in physical activity. So only about 1/3 of the people did not change their physical activity, and then about 1/3 each have decreased and increased their physical activity. So kind of the cool thing about this was a totally random sample, but it ended up splitting up really nicely as far as about half and half for the first two and then into thirds. So we're very lucky with that, and it made it nice for us. So we got lucky with that. Okay, so I'm going to share some brief results that may interest you. First one is the positive effect. So good feelings and good emotions, so positive feelings and emotions. And people who are physically active over here on the left reported higher or a better score on their these positive feelings than people who were physically inactive. So exercise did affect these positive feelings. The negative feelings were not affected by physical activity. So there weren't any group differences if somebody felt, had these feelings of negative. Another scale, our total mood disturbance. So our total moods or feelings. There was also a group difference with this as well. So people that were physically inactive had greater mood disturbance. So again, that's a negative thing than people who were physically active. We looked at some of the individual feelings instead of just as a whole. There was an interesting pattern with this in that people that were physically active reported higher good feelings, but there weren't any difference again between the bad feelings. So it was really interesting that exercise impacted the positive feelings more than the negative feelings. So in summary, during the early stages of the pandemic, physical activity affected stress. And basically physical activity, people seem to manage the stress better, more so with the positive emotions and the negative emotions. And our takeaway is that in stressful times, specifically the pandemic, maintaining or increasing physical activity seems to have a positive effect on mood. Just wrap it up with acknowledging our co-investigators and funding for myself on this project. Thank you. I will have Mahmoud take over now.
Can you guys hear me? All right. So today I will be talking about my project that I've been working on. Today we're basically asking a simple question. Does the exercise or does an exercise bout increase the effective influenza vaccination in older adults or not? Let me right here. So just very briefly, brief introduction. What is the influenza virus? Isn't it just like the common cold? No, influenza infection is actually a lot more associated with death of thousands of people in the United States every year. There is 90% of that occurs in 65 years plus of the population. So 65 years and older have 90% of the total death from the influenza virus. Just symptoms that most of you probably have known or is familiar with is fever, cough, runny nose, achy body, headaches, and fatigue. From those symptoms, it doesn't really sound that dangerous, right? However, their complications could range between pneumonia. It could lead to inflammation of multiple organs, including the heart, which is known as myocarditis, brain, encephalitis, muscle, rhabdomyolysis or myositis, or multi-organ failure, including respiratory system failure or kidney failure, and most dangerously sepsis, which is in most cases fatal. The method or the known method of prevention is the annual vaccination, or one of the main methods of prevention, also known as the flu vaccine. Does it work though? The influenza virus family changes and develops their proteins over time, so it is crucial for our community to meet it with an updated vaccine almost every year. Those vaccines usually have the antibody titers for 3 or 4 viruses that are predicted to be the most common across the population in this year. Vaccination does help people produce antibodies against those viruses without actually being exposed to the virus. So that usually is the process. If you get exposed to the virus, you produce antibodies for them, but the vaccination helps you do that without being exposed. And that will, if you get exposed eventually, that will increase your response to the virus, and it strengthens your immune response. Does it work for everybody the same though? That is what we're talking about today. So the evidence in the literature suggests that vaccine is impaired in in those who are the most in need for protection from influenza, which are adults above 65 years old. If the adults under 65 years old show a vaccine efficacy of 70 to 90%, while the older adults above 65 years old have a very reduced antibody response to the influenza vaccine, leading to the efficacy of 17 to 53%. That's a very low percentage compared to the younger adults. Not only that, but also their antibody titers. So once they produce their antibodies, they last a lot less than younger adults. So they might not last the whole influenza season to fight against influenza virus. So is it just that? Are they out of luck? Well, pharmaceutical companies have tried to come up with multiple solutions, and they already are in the market, but those solutions include adding adjuvants to the vaccines, increasing the dose concentrations for older adults. However, those solutions led to increased antibody titers, but they were also associated with greater chances and risk of side effects, whether it's locally, as in the injection site, or systematically. Not only that, but they also led to reduction in the compliance. So because of those side effects, people felt less likely to comply with vaccination on a yearly basis. Is there a way to fix all of that? It sounds like we've tried everything. However, that's where the general aim of our project is. We're trying to provide a simple, cost-effective approach with minimal side effects to increase that effectiveness of the influenza vaccine in this specific population. So where did we catch the tail of the thread? Where did we start? We have, through the literature, we have found that greater fitness or physical activity levels are associated with greater antibody titers and cell-mediated immunity, which means immunity through the immune cells, so led by the immune cells following the vaccination. This have given us a reason to think that chronic exercise training could possibly be a way to improve vaccine responses. Through the literature, just very briefly, studies have already showed that 5 to 10 months of exercise intervention have showed enhanced titers and CMI, which is cell-mediated immunity. Also, it has shown that after 4 weeks and after 20 weeks of the vaccination in young women and post-aerobic exercise bout, so just running or rowing or biking right before the inoculation or vaccination led to a better response, as well as even resistance exercise or eccentric resistance exercise one time before the vaccination led to a better result or more effectiveness in the young adults. So our aim of the study, our specific aim, is to determine whether the bout of resistance exercise performed in the same arm can enhance immune responses in the older adults to the influenza vaccine. And we will also compare local and systemic effects of the eccentric exercise. So that will be explained in this slide. We will have our aim population is healthy and sedentary individuals. So they're healthy. There isn't any systematic disease that they're suffering from or any metabolic disease. However, they're not training. They're not active. They're not recreationally training. They're all above 65 years old. We're going to divide them into 3 groups. Resistance exercise on the same arm of the vaccination. So they're going to be doing bicep curls and lateral raises on the same arm of the vaccination. The second group is going to be doing the same exercises on the opposite arm of the vaccination. And then the last group is not going to do any exercise before the vaccination. The first 2 groups are to compare the systemic and local. So if both groups basically give us the same result in effectiveness, then we are looking at a systemic effect of exercise. That means no matter where you exercise, it just helps with the vaccine. However, if the first group gives us better results than the second group, that means that there's also a local benefit to the exercise, where if you exercise on this specific arm or a specific muscles next to the site of injection, that will lead to better results. What we're looking for, 2 outcome variables that we're assessing: the antibody titers, so how many antibodies or how much antibodies are in the body before or at baseline, before injection, before the vaccination, 6 weeks post-injection, and 24 weeks post-injection. So that also means looking for the long-term effect and how long they last. And then CMI, which is going to be assessed using the flow cytometry. That would be same thing before, at 6 weeks after, and 24 after. Our hypothesis is that we expect that the exercise same group will have significantly greater anti-influenza antibody titers and a significantly greater number of vaccine-specific interferon gamma producing cells, which is the CMI outcome, compared to the control group 6 weeks post-inoculation. We also expect that this beneficial effect will last to the 24 weeks. We also expect that the vaccine response will be greater in the exercise same group versus the exercise opposite group, which means that we believe that will be a local effect. That's what we're hoping for. Thank you very much. I will pass my presentation to the next speaker.
I believe I am up next. Can you guys confirm you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. My headphones are working today. All right, good morning, everyone. Today, I'd like to talk very broadly about an area of research that my research team is interested in. And before we begin in that, I'd just like to highlight my research team. You've already heard from many of them here today. Mamu just spoke, Charlie, Becca is yet to speak, coming, and Victoria. And a lot of the work that has gotten my group started in this area of exercise and cancer was really done by Preeti Gupta. Still counters my research team, but she is also a recent PhD graduate from our program. So we know that consistent physical activity, which includes this practice of exercise, is associated with reduced risk of several different types of cancer. This reduction in cancer risk likely arises from a variety of different mechanisms, and each of these explanations that is shown here on the screen has a wealth of information behind them in support of each of these as a particular mechanism in which exercise is able to lower our risk for cancer. Sometimes these mechanisms go broadly against many different types of cancer, and some are specific for a particular type of cancer. As a researcher who studies exercise's effects on the immune system, I'm particularly interested in the interaction of exercise and the immune system as a way to understand how exercise is able to reduce cancer risk. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to go through how these improvements in immunity and reductions in inflammation could occur with exercise. For people who do receive a cancer diagnosis, exercise can become an important part of their treatment. Many of the studies in this area have shown that exercise is tolerated by cancer patients actively receiving treatment and typically has low safety concerns. Cancer patients are able to gain fitness even during their cancer treatment. So we do see studies which show increases in VO2 max or increases in muscular strength. And we know that this performance of exercise can help prevent side effects of cancer or the cancer treatments. This includes cachexia, stress, depression, anxiety, fatigue. And in doing so, this may actually help improve cancer outcomes by helping patients withstand the effects of the cancer treatment itself. And this allows patients to complete a full course of radiation or chemotherapy rather than having the doctors or physicians need to reduce the particular dose. There's also hope that exercise can help counter cardiotoxic effects of the treatment, such as, and there's a lot of research going into this area. A lot of these improvements that occur during cancer treatment with exercise may be immune mediated. So for example, cancer-related fatigue or mood, depression, anxiety, cachexia, all of these have an inflammatory component. So perhaps exercise through reducing inflammation could be a powerful way of reducing or improving these qualities of life. We're also interested if exercise can have a direct effect on the tumors themselves. And this is an area of study that Preeti Gupta's dissertation project was exploring as she was comparing different exercise protocols and their direct effects on pancreatic tumor cells. So next, I'd like to provide a real quick overview of how our immune system can be important in preventing cancer or in killing tumor cells in the body. The immune system consists of several different types of cancer cells. Shown here, we've got dendritic cells, different subsets of lymphocytes, which patrol our body, and they offer protection against infection or from mutated cells, which may become tumor cells. These immune cells can act directly or indirectly through cytokine secretion to eliminate tumor cells. Immune system is complicated, however, there's more to the story than that. So we also have some immune cells which are actually associated with helping with promoting tumor growth and helping the tumor escape the immune system. So one of the active areas of research is if this performance of consistent lifelong exercise can promote the activity of these good immune cells at fighting tumors without activating those tumor promoting immune cells. The effects of exercise on circulating immune cells are fairly well described. Shown here is a figure of a woman running, but we know that similar effects are noted from a variety of different types of exercise across genders, also present in animals. So we know that exercise transiently increases the number of immune cells that are in circulation. Many of these cells do display an effector phenotype, meaning that they can more quickly respond to a pathogen or to tumor cells. They may also show improved circulation after exercise to the lymph nodes or particular tissues of the body where the immune systems are coordinated. And so this, as Mami just presented, following a vaccine dose, so perhaps the immune cells more able to quickly respond to the vaccine and bringing it to the lymph nodes to generate further responses. earlier, I had mentioned that exercise may improve cancer risk and outcomes through improvements in the immune system, as well as through decreasing inflammation. And I'd like to highlight that inflammation is context dependent. It can describe a coordinated immune response to a particular type of challenge or insult. So this is a good thing if we are potentially being infected by some sort of pathogen, although not so pleasant if it's a response to an allergen. This acute immune response is indeed acute. It is time limited, could just be minutes, could be days, but at some point there is a resolution of the immune response. However, unfortunately, this resolution doesn't always happen. We could have this continuing long-lasting inflammatory response due to a persistent infection or perhaps a misguided excessive immune response. And this results in non-communicable diseases, including cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, and importantly, in our context here, it also results in cancer. So the absence of inflammation isn't the absence of an immune system. And for a healthy immune system and a healthy individual, we want to have a balance. So we do want to have some inflammatory responses when required, but we prefer them to be in the directed or the acute side. So we know that in fit individuals, that there is this nice balance. So we have anti and pro-inflammatory immune components. And unfortunately, in people who are not so fit, so the sedentary, there is a bit of a skew towards a more pro-inflammatory environment. In the context of response to a pathogen or in the cancer-specific response, you might think, well, this not fit person, perhaps they're at an advantage, their immune system is ready to go. However, if we do look not just in a normal, healthy resting condition, but following some sort of challenge, it could be a bacterial infection, say, that those people who are in this fit category do have a very strong, exaggerated pro-inflammatory immune response in order to contain that bacterial infection. And it is indeed actually a stronger immune response than people who are less fit. So it seems that exercise has a role to play in helping us maintain a nice balanced immune system, but it is also still able to respond. To summarize, reduced risk of cancer as well as improvements in cancer outcomes, we think can be explained in part through exercise's ability to improve immune surveillance and activity and its ability to decrease this chronic low-grade inflammation. I will say, though, that there is still a lot that we don't know. There's a lot of questions for us to try and answer. For example, how much of the exercise effect is explained by repeated effects of regular exercise, or how much of the effects of exercise are very long-lasting? The question, as I highlighted earlier, can we direct the effects of exercise just to certain types of immune cells over other types of immune cells? Because we don't want to increase regulatory T cells, for example, inside of tumors that would promote the tumor escape. And finally, how do we prescribe exercise? What is the best type of exercise training, mode, intensity, frequency? Some could argue that maybe the best type of exercise is whatever the exercise that you will actually do. But this is an area that my laboratory has begun to explore as well. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Rebecca.
And Rebecca, we only have about 4 minutes left in our session. So I don't mean to rush you, but we do need to make sure the next session starts on time.
Okay. Okay, then I'll just go ahead and jump right into it. My name is Rebecca Hunt. I am a first-year PhD student. I am working under Dr. Emily Lavoy in the Laboratory of Integrated Physiology, and we're interested in how exercise affects immune cells, specifically how exercise can induce metabolic adaptations in immune cells within the tumor microenvironment. So in order to understand why adaptations are important, I'm going to provide a little bit of background on the tumor microenvironment and cancer. solid tissue tumor cancers are often the hardest to treat. These are pancreatic and prostate cancers are just a few examples. These solid tumors are characterized by a special environment called the tumor microenvironment, and this is made up of the cells that create the tumor and cells that surround the tumor. And this creates a really difficult environment for immune cells. These tumors are really fast growing, so they promote tumor cell growth while suppressing our cytotoxic immune cells. And our cytotoxic immune cells, when activated, can help locate and kill these tumor cells. But again, the tumor microenvironment suppresses these cytotoxic immune cells, and this helps prevent current cancer therapies from being effective within the tumors. And this is a really good picture of what exactly is going on in the tumor microenvironment. It's really messy. There's a lot going on. But you can see here with the purple circles that these are the tumor cells that cluster together to form tumors. And as the tumor grows, it produces a lot of lactate. And our cytotoxic immune cells, which again are tumor fighting cells, are shown here in the green, yellow, and the black circles. And these are some of the immune cells that are trying to reach the tumor in order to attack and kill it, but they have a really hard time getting to the center of the tumor. It's not impossible, but it is really difficult. And so those that actually make it to the center are suppressed by the high lactate and the low glucose availability, making them ineffective within this environment. So what can we do about this? Well, we think exercise can help. We know that exercise helps decrease the risk of cancer from the beginning. And we know that cancer patients who have higher fitness levels often see better outcomes. And exercise has also shown to improve therapy outcomes as well as reduce the rates of recurrence. There's an emerging body of literature looking at cancer in mouse models, and it's shown that exercise can lead to a reduction in the tumor size and increase the number of cytotoxic immune cells within the tumor. Our own lab, as Dr. Lavoy had already stated, has looked at this with Dr. Pretty, who actually did her dissertation on something like this. But although we know that exercise has shown to decrease the size of the tumor, we still don't understand the mechanisms by which exercise is able to improve immune function within the tumors. But we think that exercise can help by creating adaptations within the metabolism of these immune cells. So first, let's talk about tumor cell metabolism. The main metabolic pathway for tumor cells is aerobic glycolysis, where glucose is transformed into pyruvate that can either be transferred into the mitochondria to continue energy production, or it can be converted into lactate. Solid tumors often exhibit the Warburg effect, which reprograms tumor cells to have a higher energy demand, so it consumes more and more glucose, even though the tumor microenvironment is already low in glucose. So the more glucose that the tumor cells eat, the more lactate that begins to accumulate. And this lactate creates a really acidic environment that our cytotoxic immune cells can't survive in. So with the little glucose for immune cells to eat and the very acidic environment created by the lactate, tumor cells are able to escape our killing immune cells. And if the tumor cells can escape our killing immune cells, then it can continue to grow and spread, becoming more and more toxic. Like tumor cells, our immune cells also prefer to use aerobic glycolysis, which places them in direct competition for glucose. However, the immune cells are often harmed in this competition from the accumulation of lactate, and they often lose. But if we could boost our immune cells' ability to produce energy and increase their lactate metabolism, they would have a better chance of winning this challenge and beating the overall tumor. And we think exercise can do this. Endurance exercise training has shown to yield metabolic adaptations in skeletal muscle cells, which include an increased energy production mechanisms and improved lactate metabolism. We also know that exercise mobilizes immune cells, so they're exposed to the same signals that are leading to these metabolic adaptations in the skeletal muscle cells. So if they're exposed to the same signals, can immune cells also adapt? And this brings me to a question that I am trying to research while I'm here at University of Houston, and that is, does exercise training yield metabolic adaptations within immune cells to improve their function within the tumor microenvironment? And this is a really important question because by improving the immune cell's energy production ability and lactate metabolism, they not only would have a better chance of surviving inside the tumor microenvironment, but also have a higher chance of beating the solid tumor in conjunction with current cancer therapies. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And unfortunately, we don't have time to do specific questions for this, but if you type them in the chat box, I'm sure our presenters would love to answer those as we move into the next section, which is Dr. Gorniak will moderate and facilitate a discussion about the next generation of faculty in the health sciences.
Thank you, Dr. Markowski. Everybody can hear me, right?
We can hear you.
Awesome. So I want to welcome everybody to this next session. So this one, we're not going to have slides. It's just going to be a number of faculty members here in the department discussing their experiences in academia, how they identify and what their experiences are, what advice they can give to you, and really being open to questions that students might have about what it's like to be a professor, why we would even do this, what is this life really like? A lot of our students may not be familiar with what it's like to be an academic. And so this is really a time that you get to ask the burning questions that you have of faculty members. And so I'd like to invite all of my panelists to turn on their video. And I'm going to go through the list and have each panelist introduce who they are and share information about themselves that they're comfortable sharing. The first would be Dr. Chris Ariana, who is he is a co-lab member here at CMDR.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gorniak. So just a little bit about myself. I'm an assistant professor here at U of H. I've been here about 4 years now. I was born and raised in Corpus Christi, Texas. So I identify as a Mexican-American, Chicano. And I mean, my path is kind of all over the place, but my background's in mechanical engineering. So that was my degree as an undergraduate student. I went to UT Austin. And really my path kind of started from there, my senior year, where I took a course in biomechanics, and it just really changed my whole perspective on what I wanted to do. It just kind of introduced me to ideas about the human body, understanding neural control signals, the muscles, skeleton. And I just kind of knew that I wanted to do something in that field. And then luckily my wife at the time, or my girlfriend, who's now my wife now, she moved to Houston, and I tagged along, and I actually reached out to Dr. Lane, who's a professor here. At the time, he was the chair of the department, and he allowed me to volunteer in the lab just to help out. And I actually was able to earn my way into the master's program here and earn my degree, and then just went from there, PhD, a postdoc, and luckily I was able to come back. U of H was really a unique place because they offered my wife and me a dual hire positions, and that's very unique. If you don't know, very unique to any institution across the country. So U of H is in particular very supportive of dual hire positions. So I'll leave it as that, and you're welcome to ask me any questions in the follow-up session.
Thanks, Dr. Ariano. Next, Dr. Billy Hawkins, who is our department chair, who is also in the area of sports administration.
I guess a brief history. I started out at a small NAIA school playing basketball, and that sort of piqued my interest entirely in the area of sport and physical activity. And from there, I went to the University of Wisconsin at La Crosse and studied exercise physiology, and had interest of opening fitness centers. And of course, I'm from Florida, and that was sort of the wave during that time. This is many moons ago. And from there, I took my last class in last semester. I took a course called Sport in American Culture, and fell in love with understanding this phenomenon of sport and how it's situated in our society. and I decided to go to the University of Iowa. One of the leading scholars in the area of sports sociology and cultural studies was Dr. Susan Burrell. And I went to visit, and she took me on, and I studied sports sociology for 4 years at the University of Iowa, finished up. Got my first job at the Northern Illinois University, and from there I spent 2 years and got hired on at the University of Georgia, in the same area in the sport management department, where I'm teaching sport and social culture, and stayed there 20 years and found my wife there, or she found me there, and we were, I think together we were there for about 10 years, and she had got an offer here at the University of Houston, so I'm the trailing spouse here at the University of Houston, and that's what brings me here to the department, and I've been happy ever since. It's been a great department, a great experience, and as Dr. Gorniak said, I'm actually the interim department chair, okay, and looking forward to this panel discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Emily Lavoy, who is one of our members of the Laboratory of Integrated Physiology.
Hello, hi everybody. So I'm an assistant professor here and been here for several years now. I'm originally from Michigan, and when I began my college career, I was a biology major with physiology emphasis, and my planned route that I had in mind was medical school. But in the process of taking all of those undergrad classes, I discovered that I had a real love for the science and for asking questions. And so decided maybe medical school wasn't exactly the best match for me. I wanted to keep asking questions. And that brought me to doing a master's degree in immunology. And that was a really good fit. I had great experience doing that. But I still wasn't quite sure I wanted to commit to a full PhD, to doing professor route. I traveled around a bit, moved to Louisiana, and ended up working in a laboratory as a lab manager for a while, and then decided, okay, nope, I'm ready. I'm ready to be the one to ask the research questions, not just help other people answer. So did my PhD here at University of Houston. And then the institution was kind enough to hire me after I completed a postdoc. So I'm here. And I really love being a professor.
Thanks, Dr. Lavoy. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Olushula Ogunrindi, sorry, who's also part of our sports administration program.
Yes, thank you and good morning, all. I want to apologize in advance. I have class today, so I may have to leave early. As Professor Gorniak stated, I am Joyce Olushola Ogurinde, and this is my 4th year at U of H. I am a Houston native, so this is home for me. This is like a dream fulfilled. I went to school here in the Fort Bend area, and always wanted to come back and have my own recreation center here. So being able to do that work at U of H is really fulfilling for me. So how I came full circle from here, after graduating, I went to school at University of Florida. I started off as athletic training because my mom said I had to be a doctor, and I knew I loved sports. So I did that for 2 years, and I realized that I had a mentor that said, well, you know, if this is the path you want to take, that it's going to be very tedious, it's going to take up a lot of time, and if it doesn't balance, it may not balance out with your other personal goals. So at the time, sport management was just starting, and I talked to the advisor of the HHP at UF, and she told me about sport management, and that might be a better fit since I still wanted to be in the industry. So I was the first graduating class of sport management at Florida, and it was a great experience to open my eyes to the business of sport and what it really takes to make the game work on the field. So from there, I thought I wanted to go into professional sports, and I was able to work in the NBA for a couple seasons before I realized that that's not really what I was passionate about. And so not knowing what to do next, I was grateful. I was in a position where I was able to do a program called the McNair Scholars. So for those who represent underrepresented groups in academia, I highly encourage that you look up that program. They not only help me prepare for the GRE, but they also help me prepare to do research as an undergrad and pay me to do so as well. So that was a really fortunate opportunity for me. And it also opened up fellowships for me to go to grad school. So I was able to go to Temple University on a future faculty fellowship as part of the being a McNair Scholar. So at Temple, I was able to get my master's in sport and recreation. And while I was there, I was working with the Black Women in Sport Foundation and doing after school programs for kids, and found that that was really what I was passionate about and how I wanted to use sport to make the world better. So my mentor there, I would say she tricked me because I didn't want to go back to school to get a PhD. And I ended up at UT Austin doing my PhD in kinesiology. From there, I started doing work looking at the benefits of sport for young people and how those benefits can be moderated by race, gender, and class, and really looking at how we can make the benefits of sport more equitable across different populations. And so that's from there, I had a job at Arkansas State. That was my first job out of my PhD. And so never thought I was going to be a teacher, but I'm so glad I am, because I not only get to do research, but I get to impact the next generation of practitioners in our field. And so it's been a really rewarding experience, and even more so getting to do it here at home at Houston. And I have to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in that this is really not just a department, it's really like a family atmosphere. So it just makes doing the work that much more fulfilling.
Thank you, Dr. Ogunrinde. And lastly, I'd like to introduce Dr. Claudia Scott, who's part of our nutrition program.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. My path to becoming a faculty member here was a little bit different. So I am currently a clinical associate professor and the dietetic internship director in the nutrition program. And when I went to school, when I say school, I mean college, I was a first generation college student, not sure if I was going to be able to make ends meet enough to pay the tuition to continue going. And I worked full time through my undergrad. I went to the University of Houston, but I knew that I wanted to be a dietitian. And so in that, I finished my 4-year degree at U of H and then applied for competitive dietetic internships and master's programs, and started down that path and was accepted to Texas Women's University and the VA dietetic internship, which I completed in a year. Which was about standard for that type of program. And then I sat for the RD exam, became a dietitian, and that was what my trajectory was going to be. I was going to be a registered dietitian and work as a clinician, and I started doing that initially and did it for a few years and found that there was a need for adjunct faculty here at U of H to teach dietitians how to be dietitians. So I stayed working in the field, but also became an adjunct here and taught a couple of classes. And then that turned into wanting to continue to do that, and there being a need actually for additional faculty. And so I eventually moved into a full-time clinical faculty line, still maintaining my credentials as a dietitian. And also at that point, I was a certified diabetes educator as well. And have been here. The rest is really history. I've been here for this is my 15th year at U of H, if you can believe it or not. I don't feel like I'm quite old enough to have been here for 15 years, but I am. And I do need to make a correction to Dr. Gorniak. She was so sweet. She promoted me. I'm actually not a doctor yet, but that it's in the trajectory. So I am working on my doctorate right now. I'm in my 2nd year of the Rutgers program in clinical nutrition. So at one of these days, you can call me doctor, but I'm not quite there yet. And that's just a testament to really shooting for the stars. And if you want to do it, you know what, you're never too old. You're never too old to do it. I promise you. And one other caveat that I left out is that actually my parents are from a small little country in South America called Uruguay. You may or may not have heard of it. And so I actually identify as Latin American, Latinx, speak Spanish, and I've been working for years with diabetes patients and have been able to spend time talking and teaching and enjoying educating people on diabetes education in Spanish.
All right, well, thank you, the future Dr. Scott.
Thank you.
And just briefly, I will introduce myself. So for those of you who haven't seen me before, I'm Dr. Gorniak. I'm over in the CMBR program area. And just like a few of our other panelists, I do identify as first generation student, not only just undergraduate, but graduate. I come from a long line of farmers and blue collar workers, including coal miners. My family's originally from Pennsylvania, and I have spent most of my time in Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York area, including my education in physics as an undergraduate, and then graduate work in biomechanics, motor control, and then those were all at Penn State, and then I moved to Cleveland to work for the Cleveland Clinic for 2 years in biomedical engineering. And then I moved to the Oasis of Houston, which is very different from any place I've ever lived before. And so that's basically my short history. And so we have a really great panel. I'm really excited. Students, if you have any questions, you can put them in the chat or in the question and answer area, and we'll try to get to those live as soon as we can. But one of the questions I want to pose to the panel, and not everybody has to chime in, but why on earth would you want to do this? Why would you want to pursue graduate education and join academia? Thoughts?
I'd be happy to start. Okay. So for me, really, I love not only being able to educate the future, but also understanding what is coming down the pipe and what actually is the relevant information of nutrition, right? So you can, just like with many of our disciplines, anybody can Google anything and feel like they know what is what, but really it comes down to the evidence, right? So evidence-based nutrition and educating those in that area is what's important. And unfortunately, that's not just something that is acquired just because you say that you're a nutritionist or a dietitian. That really requires the grit that goes into the years of studying and the years of understanding and the years of learning how to research and knowing what research is and the difference between good research and not great research, because there's just so much information overload out there that we battle that on a daily basis with individuals that will look anything up and say, well, why isn't this accurate? Why should I follow what you're saying? Well, let me explain to you why. And part of that for me has been the additional degrees that really help to emphasize not only the expertise that I personally have, but also has taught me how to actually know and even conduct research and know what good versus not great research is.
Does anybody want to add on?
Yes, for me, I didn't realize it at the time when I first started out, but you know, one of the major benefits of graduate education is not only working with students and you know, sharing and the national discussion, and I think that has been one of the areas that I have found, you know, pretty interesting, this ability to shape policy with some of the research we're doing, as well as, again, shaping minds. You know, I've had the opportunities so far to work with some great students who are in better positions than I am, you know, because they're smarter than I am. But they're doing great things, and that has been, I guess, one of the best things about graduate education is, you know, working with them and seeing how they develop as scholars and researchers and activists in the field. You know, so that has been the major benefits, I should say.
And if I can add to what's been said, I think that academia affords me the opportunity to really have a synergy between, who I see myself to be, what I want to do as a career, and who I am as a person. And so my work with sport allows me to not only learn from other sports scholars, inform future sports scholars about the field, create knowledge in the field, but it's something I can do with my kids. I can involve my husband. And I can do it with my family. And so it's it's a field where you can really find synergy between, who you are and what you want to do with your career, and do something impactful to society, but also meaningful to you.
Awesome. So the following, Chris or Dr. Ariana, would you like to add?
Sure, I was going to add just a few things. For me, I think what being here at U of H in particular, it's just really a privilege to serve the student population that I want to serve. So, just speaking from my own experience, going to UT Austin, going to CU Boulder, and being at Brown University, I was one of few people that look like myself on campus, right? So it's a culture shock being in these type of institutions. And being here at U of H, I see students that look like me, come from the same background like myself, and I really want to give my students the best quality education possible. So if you've taken my biomechanics class undergraduate, it's very hard, but I do it because I love you, and I want to push you and challenge you, and I want you to be the best, right? So I don't make it easy, but I want you to be challenged. And it's really because I want to inform and hopefully educate the next generation of scientists and engineers and practitioners. So whatever you do, right, is taking those critical thinking skills that I've learned from my mentors and other folks that I work with, and to really try to help you move forward in the future.
Thank you. So then the next question becomes, for students that are interested in doing this, in pursuing higher education, how do you do that? What does that really look like? What's the process like? How long does it take? How do I pay for it?
I can jump in a little bit. It's not a straightforward answer. I think every person on this panel probably has their own unique path and story. But for me, when I went to undergrad, I was graduating, and we had the top 10% rule at that time. I don't know if it still exists, but if you graduated within the top 10% of your class, right, you can apply. You pretty much get into any public university in Texas. So I was fortunate to do that. I took out a lot of loans, just like a lot of other students do, right, to pay for college. I also worked 25 hours a week to support myself. So doing that and a full-time load with engineering classes was tough. And so I paid my way through school with working and loans. And then when I went to my master's degree program, I was able to get a teaching fellowship. So I taught some courses, took my own classes, and then also trying to do research. So just hustling. I mean, this is just what it is, right? You get a lot of times you just got to hustle through school, whatever it's going to take. And then when I was able to build enough of a resume, maybe I had a couple of abstracts, maybe a paper, and then I was able to earn my a PhD fellowship through NASA. So I was awarded a 3-year fellowship through NASA to go to graduate school, earn my degree, and that just kind of opened the doors, right, for other opportunities and research and things like that. So at first it's going to be hard. It will be hard, but you got to just keep opening those doors, right, and open up bigger doors, bigger opportunities for the future.
I would echo what Dr. Ariana said about hustling for sure, but I definitely want to plug also a great avenue for nutrition students in particular. If you are Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics members, which is a very reasonable rate when you're a student, it's only $50. They have a foundation that offers not only national scholarships, but also affiliate scholarships in Texas that can sometimes be upwards of $5,000, $10,000 a year, and you can apply year after year after year. And sometimes some of those scholarships go unclaimed. So take advantage of that. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. There are they have enrollment going on right now for, or not enrollment, but scholarship applications that are being set right now, and they're due on April 15th. And it just really offers you a great chance to receive funding that you might not realize is available out there. Now, the application is quite competitive. It does take some time, but if you put your batteries on and you plug yourself in, you can get it done. And oftentimes that will really lead to scholarships that you can just receive year after year.
I can speak a little bit into how do you get into the idea of grad school to begin with. I would say as an undergrad, reach out to faculty and ask them about their research. Try and get involved if you can. That's what really kicked on my own research bug. As an undergrad, I worked in a faculty's research lab and did a couple of projects here and there. And that's when I discovered, okay, this is something I can see myself doing. So get involved as you can, reach out. I think a lot of faculty would be more than happy to speak with you about their research and give you an opportunity to get your hands dirty. And then financially, I know here at U of H, there are some scholarships available for undergrads interested in research. So the PERS scholarship, Provost Undergraduate Research Scholarship. There's also the Summer Scholarship Program. So there's some ways to help ease some of the financial pain anyways, as you get involved in research. And then as you work towards your master's or your PhD, a lot of schools will have opportunities for you to get paid to learn some of your craft. So the TA type positions or instructional assistant positions can help cover your financial needs while you're also gaining skills and get a feel for what it's like to lead a classroom.
I would say in addition to the professional organizations and the funding through the school, also the graduate schools also have funding. Local organizations also have funding. So part of my funding actually came from nonprofit organizations that were invested in seeing underrepresented minorities pursue higher education. And so I was able to receive substantial funding from nonprofit organizations that were interested in underrepresented groups going to college. So, do not limit your search to just the school or professional organizations, but nonprofits, particularly sororities and fraternities, organizations that are within your field of study, local organizations, alumni associations for the school. The graduate school also has funding as well, depending on, particularly for underrepresented groups for PhD programs. So even if there's funding that's not listed, in my particular case, I was able to get some funds from the graduate school, and it wasn't a specific scholarship, but it was just, informing my advisor that, I would need financial support, and they were able to find funding for me. And that ended up being a pool of resources for other underrepresented students after me to get funding. So if it's something you really want to do and you're passionate about, I think that the key to funding is be resilient and be diligent about where you can find funding and being humble enough to ask whoever can give it to you.
Absolutely. I do want to add one thing for those of you who are really interested in the research route. So my experience was undergraduate. I did pay for myself with some, basically doing a lot of blue collar work, but also I had some minor scholarships. But really, I was able to go to graduate school primarily because I was able to get a TA-ship, RA-ship in graduate school. But once you graduate, you then become responsible for those loans. What I was not aware of and was made aware of when I was in my postdoctoral position was that the National Institutes of Health, the NIH, has a program called a loan repayment program for individuals who do earn a PhD in the health sciences. PhD, DO, MD, DDS, a lot of different doctoral degrees. As long as you're doing, I believe it's 75% research, they will pay up to $50,000 a year towards your graduate or towards your loans, and they could be either graduate loans or undergraduate loans. I will provide that information in the chat box for anybody who's interested, but I do know people that experience has been life-changing particularly if they do have large amounts of loans either from undergraduate or graduate. So that is something that you, and also a resource that a lot of people might not know about that really could be life-changing for individuals who do earn graduate degrees. And so a question was actually asked, with so many non-circuitous examples, does UH have a linear pathway for students in HHP to pursue academia? Really good question. Does anybody want to tackle that?
I can address that. I'll speak from my own experience, but I would say that it depends on your relationship with your mentor. You know, if you have a specific mentor advisor, usually with students that work with me in the lab, I try to understand what their goals are first, and whether they want to go into academia or industry. But I always try to figure out a path, right? So let's sit down, let's figure out what your interests are. And maybe your interest is in research, and maybe you want to go and pursue a master's degree next, or you want to find a job in industry. So we'll try to figure out ways to make that student successful, right, in their particular goals. So if someone is in academia or wants to go toward academia, then we're really focusing on research and trying to create a path or a line of research for the students, right, so that they can pursue a PhD, a successful PhD, doing good work, and hopefully that will lead to publications, which we call the currency in the field, right? So we can get papers, and that can open up doors for fellowships, and so you can get paid to continue on with your PhD, or even continue on with the postdoc. So nowadays, if you're interested in being a faculty member, it's largely encouraged to pursue some type of postdoctoral training. And if you're successful with the postdoctoral training, then that could open doors for either these early career awards, where they will help you transition from being a postdoc trainee to a faculty member. And so there's different mechanisms for that. There's mechanisms from through the NIH, National Institutes of Health, through NSF, and there's also foundation grants. These are highly competitive, right? But they're not impossible. But if you can, so those are kind of one examples of the pathway, right? And there's different ones too, but that's one particular pathway that most will tend to or try to follow.
All right, so actually kind of piggybacking on that, what do you wish you had known when you were, in the position of these students that you know now, right? To paraphrase the Rod Stewart song, what do you wish you know now? What do you know now that you wish you know when you were younger?
For me, if I'd have known that I was going to be working in academia, then I would have gotten a PhD right out of the chute. And so, again, as I mentioned, I was a clinician first, really did not intend to work in the academic arena until the opportunity presented itself. But at that point, I was already several years into being a practitioner. And so I wish that I would have had a crystal ball to tell me early that this is where I was going to end up. But regardless, I've really enjoyed everything I've learned along the way. But I would encourage you to really explore the idea. If you have even just a small interest in academia, consider what the return on investment would be of completing a terminal degree up front.
I guess a letter to my younger self would be in learning the culture of academia, and not only the culture, I know there are various subcultures, but having an understanding of the politics that's involved with academia. Because, you spend, anywhere from 8 to 12 years studying in an institution of higher learning, and most of it is directed or focused on your content area. And a lot of times, well, for me personally, I'm not necessarily thinking beyond that. thinking about the professor life or thinking about the administrative life, that wasn't on my radar, and I think a letter to my younger self is to, step outside and look at the broader picture of higher education.
One thing that I wasn't aware of when I was younger, I thought, okay, I'm going to get a PhD in science. So therefore, I'm going to learn a lot of science, right? It's going to be very much content specific. But the skills that I find myself using are a lot of the other skills that you should gain in college. So reading and writing and presenting, so communication skills are huge as a scientist. Leadership is another important characteristic. So it could just be leading your research team or leading a classroom. So I think undergrads potentially interested in academia or not, making sure to get a variety of these skill sets, because you might think this is my career path, this is what I want to do. It has nothing to do with my literature class, but you might be surprised at the skills that you find yourself using more and more when you do end up in your career.
I can follow up on Dr. Lavoy's, but yeah, I would agree. I think as a student, just be more compassionate and understanding of what it is to be a professor. You come into a class and you sit down and you just kind of wait to be entertained, and just kind of let me receive all the knowledge right from the professor. And professors are doing a lot of stuff. Now I appreciate wow, how do professors do it? They're being pulled in so many directions and time, and now with the pandemic, it's even crazier. But I think a lot of students may not understand just the things that professors do behind the scenes, in terms of preparing for class, focusing on research and writing and managing and leading a team. These are all different skill sets that need to be. I wish I would have learned before, right? Like how do I become a leader? Like how do I help my students? How do I lead by example? How to be an effective leader. These are all things that you don't learn in grad school, right? You don't learn as an undergraduate student. So you just kind of pick up things and hopefully you find good mentors right along the way. But those are kind of things if I were a student, just to really try to get to know my professors more on a personal, level and just understand what they do and what kind of research they do. A lot of them are very fascinating and really do some interesting work.
So actually picking off of Dr. Ariana's point, and I know that I experienced this in my undergraduate biomechanics class, is that most students don't know what the typical day or load of a professor is or an instructor is outside of the classroom. Is anybody willing to share what it's like to be a faculty member and what do we do outside of the classroom? And that's different for everybody on this panel. I completely understand that. Does anybody want to dip a toe into that?
I guess a typical, now with the pandemic, I have two kids, so I rush one off to kindergarten and one is still at home. So we spend a little time together, and I try my best to each morning as a administrator. I try to answer emails first thing in the morning, and I get up around 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and that's when I try to do my writing because, again, with toddlers at home, you don't have much time during the day, especially when you're at home. And that's sort of my typical day. The rest of the day, I'm either answering emails, working with through meetings, and then prepping for my class. I think another added type of responsibility as a Black male that's a faculty member, I'm pulled in different directions to mentor other groups, other faculty of color I meet with throughout the week and throughout the semester, as well as Black students. I'm pulled in that direction as well, and without resistance, because I enjoy doing that.
Thank you. Yeah.
I can jump on if. I would say following Dr. Hawkins. I'm also at home with two kids, and my wife is also a faculty member. So we're with the pandemic and our schools at home, where they're doing virtual schooling. So I'm not only a professor at U of H, I'm also a professor here at home teaching my kids. So our schedule is, I'm kind of like Dr. Hawkins. I wake up early in the morning, do my writing up to like a 4 or 5, try to get a couple of hours in of writing, whether it's on a paper, grants or whatever it is. And then I'm, 7 o'clock, get the kids up, get them ready for breakfast, get them ready for school. And then we're on the computer and figuring out their assignments and helping them with that. But usually I'm on the virtual schooling Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then my wife alternates. So I'm on working as a professor on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So that's how I break up my schedule. So, and then Sunday, it's not really much of a rest day because, it's trying to help the kids and, do some, have some fun and then, get ready for the week again, right? Monday comes around, so it's all over again. So that's how my schedule is. But it's, we keep it very disciplined, very strict. I got to get my 8 hours, 9 hours of sleep, because if not, then I'm just worthless the next day. So I keep it very, very tight schedule.
I agree. So I have 2 children also, both in they're elementary school aged. And so same thing applies. Yes, throughout the day, I have to compartmentalize my time as best I can, because right now I'm serving also as, a mom and an elementary school teacher, as well as a college professor and an internship director. And so one of the important roles that hasn't been talked about by anyone else is setting up rotation sites. So with every internship group, and so we have 2 a year, 2 cohorts for the on-site side that I manage. It's 60 rotations a piece. So that's 120 rotations. And as you can imagine, with the COVID pandemic, no hospitals were taking any clinical interns, which became quite complicated. So we had to find alternative options for them. And even still, it's complicated. Many programs are still not, many hospitals are still not taking interns as usually as they would. And so we have to find a balance of what can be done and simulated within the internship and what really needs to be done hands-on in a facility, nutrition-focused physical exams and assessments and those kinds of things. And you have to go into a hospital to do those things. And so a large majority of my day is spent in intercepting discussions between interns, between rotations, between, this one fell through and now they can't, or there was a huge COVID outbreak at one of the hospitals and now a rotation that we thought was going to be able to take interns can't. And so now I have an intern that has 10 weeks that we need to fill, which is very complicated already in a demanding environment. And so that's part of it. But then also too, we serve on multiple committees. And so there are departmental committees, there are university committees and college committees, all that require different things of us. And so a couple times a week, there will be time spent on those committees. And if any of us are serving in leadership roles, maybe outside of the university, but still for the profession, there are meetings that happen with that and areas of work and charges that need to move forward with those types of things. And then also reviewing scholarship applications and internship applications. And so every day is filled with many things aside from tending to the courses that we're teaching, which I know when I was an undergrad, I thought, why isn't my professor responding to me? Isn't this all they do? No, we have days that are filled with lots of things. And then I'm also, like I mentioned, a student right now too. So my evenings are spent studying.
Excellent points.
To say, speaking of this panel is useful. I had no idea that so many of my fellow faculty also had their small children at home. If only we could throw them into a little school together, pandemic aside. So I also, share the same comments about feeling pulled in a lot of different directions as a professor. There's the research. A lot of my research involves a lot of hands-on collection or training of my graduate students in new techniques. And then once we do have results, it's analyzing those results or writing them up for publication. And one thing that I think you develop as a faculty member is the ability to keep yourself on a schedule. So teaching the classes, very obviously you're scheduled for a certain day. There's tests you have to write in advance of the students taking the test. So there's these external deadlines which are placed. And if you're not careful, it can be really easy to let your own internal writing deadlines slide further and further back. So being able to keep track of your own schedules and keep an idea of, okay, I need to write, I need to put out the research as well as I need to teach, and being able to keep yourself on track, because you can go a very long time before people will tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, that paper is late. And so some of this is being painted as this is hard, and it certainly is hard, but I also want to say it's these different directions that we are pulled is also one of the things I really like about being a faculty member. So it's not all just research and just being in the lab. It's not all just me typing away on my computer. It's also getting to interact with other students, with mentoring, with teaching, sitting on committees even, has something to recommend it.
Absolutely. It is a very full job, and there's a lot that we do that students don't see, but it can be a very rewarding job. And I think that we all do feel that because we're all still here. Hopefully we do feel that there are some rewards. But there is one question that was asked, and it's a question that we do see from a lot of students. How do you narrow down your interest into a field of study? How did that happen for you, and what recommendations do you have for students that are in this position?
So I'm an exercise immunologist, which is a really weird combination of ideas. And my background, so undergrad, just the regular biology, physiology major. My master's was regular immunology, had nothing to do with exercise whatsoever. But I always had this side passion for exercise physiology, just these things that we can do with our own lives, how our lifestyles influence so much of our physiology was always something I was really interested in. And I came across a paper in my master's degree talking about this idea of exercise and our choices having an influence on the immune system. And so it's just this fascinating look to a niche that I never knew existed. And it certainly is a niche. There's not a lot of people who study exercise immunology, but they're out there. And if you can take your passions, things that you're interested in, and combine them together, that can be a really fruitful path. And so I would say embrace all of these different directions that you are interested in and think about how they're related.
I can jump on.
May I ask everybody a question? And maybe everybody could answer this quickly. I think that students oftentimes are making a decision between health professions and practice versus research. And when they do that, there seems to be the perception that they're going to be more helpful to people if they go into practice. They want to leave their mark on this world, and they say, I want a helping profession, which would be clinical. Would each of you please describe how your own decision to go into research could potentially be even more gratifying in many ways, because you're helping not one person at a time or 25 people a day, but potentially millions of people because of your research, and that help could go on much beyond your retirement. So in your own words and your own research, what level of satisfaction do you get from that?
I can speak on that, Dr. Hamilton. I would say for me, I think about it in multi dimensions. So yes, the things that I do is really inspired by just curiosity. So I try to understand how the body works, and a lot of the questions that I ask in the lab is really fundamental stuff, very basic research questions. But I do see part of just a basic understanding, fundamental understanding necessary to inform what an assistive device might look like, right? And how it might help. So to me, the fundamental is very important. But then, so not only trying to help people that maybe have lost their ability or lost some independence in how they move, but I'm also very passionate about working with my students, right? Because I want to help build them and encourage them to do science. So maybe right now, my work is not having an immediate impact, but I think in terms of the students that I can mentor and train, right? Those are the future generation, right? Where if once I pass on, right, they can continue that line of research and build on those ideas and even create their own ideas to help, make a bigger impact. So sometimes I also tell my students now, right, don't, try not to focus so much on trying to have an impact right now. It's great if you can, but realize sometimes that some of your discoveries won't have an impact until much later in life, right? 10, 15, 20 years from now. And even the people that you interact with and that you might train might go on to do even bigger and better things that you did, right? So in a way, you're still having that impact, but you just may not see it right now.
I guess I can jump in because one of the things I didn't share with my experience is that I wanted to go to med school for a really, really long time. I thought that's what I was going to do. And I was actually interning in a children's hospital in a biomechanics lab, trying to get a better understanding of the relationship between physics and medicine. And one of the things that I found out was that medicine is actually extremely experimental. And that was really, really shocking to me. Specifically, I was working with kids who have cerebral palsy, and in some cases, they didn't really know what the best surgery or the best treatment approach was. And they would do some of these interventions, and then the children would actually mechanically be worse off than they were prior to surgery. And that was, really shocking to me. And, when you're about 20, 21 years old, you're like, we can't have that. We can't do that. I have to change this. I have to change the world. And so my very idealistic young self was like, okay, I can't get into medicine. I want to contribute to the world in this way. Do I work with cerebral palsy children anymore? No, I definitely do something else. But I really love this idea of marrying science and medicine together, and that I could make a contribution in that way. So Dr. Hamilton's question, I think, is absolutely fantastic. And I definitely want to share that there are ways to do that. Don't know if anybody else has had a similar experience.
It's very similar to my experience, Stacey. So as an undergrad, first getting involved in a research lab, I have to say in part I was motivated because I wanted to have that on my medical school application. But I'm so glad that I did. My mentor at the time, he said that he also had considered the path of becoming a physician, and he realized over the course of his lifetime, he would perhaps see, 1,000 patients and have an impact on 1,000 patients. But through his research, he hopes to influence tens of thousands of people. And in my own research, I'm interested in exercise and immunology, in particular in cancer. So, as a physician, perhaps I would have treated 1,000 cancer patients. But as a researcher, I believe there's the potential to provide some direction for many, many, many more cancer patients down the road.
And there are also opportunities to do research that impact in the moment as well, from the perspective of, I'll just use nutrition education as an example. So if we develop a diabetes education program and we provide it as dietitians, what type of impact does that have on diabetes A1Cs, on chronic disease, on chronic complications, on a number of other things that we can see really in the moment with the research that we're conducting. And so that there can be a symbiotic relationship between the two, serving as a clinician and a researcher at the same time.
Absolutely. I think we have just a few more minutes here just to wrap up. I don't know if we have any incoming questions. I haven't seen any recently. Okay. Let me read through that just very briefly. But are there any parting words of advice that you would give to students listening in on this panel today?
My advice would be that if you can dream it, you can do it. And if there's anybody that's a testament to that, it's me, because there was no way that I was going to go to college unless I could pay for it. And I figured it out and hustled and did what was necessary. And in that, I really gained a lot of not only mentoring opportunities from individuals to help me along the path, but also I just learned a lot about life and what it takes to be successful. And it's hard. It takes a lot of hard work and grit to be a successful individual and productive member of society. But if you can dream it, you can do it. Don't let anybody stop you. You can do it. I'm here to be a testament to that.
I'll jump on. I'd say, I think most important is to just have an unwavering belief in yourself. So there's going to be times throughout your career, undergrad, high school, your graduate school, where you're going to have a lot of failures. So, every panelist on this board here has had several rejection papers, several rejection of big grants that they spent like 9 months writing, right? And just, there's going to be a lot of failures, right? And you'll have successes too, but it's really just being persistent and just, believing in yourself, even when no one else will, right? Some people might question your abilities, right? And just take that and maintain your focus and always just follow your passion and your path, and it will work out.
To add to those comments, I think I didn't mention this early on. I've written about it in some of the things I've wrote on race. My grandfather was a sharecropper, so it was hard, growing up in a segregated South, seeing other individuals that look like me excelling academically, so, overcoming that, it was a challenge. And one of the things I learned while I was, these are popular terms now: stereotype threat, imposter syndrome, inferiority complex. All of those things are popularly written about. But as I know women of color and people of color, we are challenged with those on a daily basis in the academy. And when I was in my graduate school, was probably one of the most difficult times because I was the only Black male in the program. And I had a World War II nurse. She was the dean of the nursing school that I don't know how I gravitated toward her, but she began to mentor me and, began to speak in my life about having fortitude. Intellect is good and great, but, it's about having the right attitude and fortitude. And I think that's one of the things that has sustained me. As Dr. Ariana has said, this whole notion of you're going to be rejected, you're going to be denied, you're going to have to fight anti-Black racism, all of these challenges are going to be at the forefront of who you are and challenging who you are. And you can't outwit a lot of those things. You're just going to have to stand and declare that when everything settles, I'm still going to be there and persisting on or willing myself to sort of succeed through all of that.
I agree with this theme of not giving up, of believing in yourself and just keep going and going. And I guess just to add on, one different idea to that would be to maintain your curiosity. So this could be curiosity about research or the world around you, but also curiosity within your own life and your own job. And don't say, well, I started off in this particular career track, so I might as well stick with it. This is my major, I got to stick with it. But be curious and follow those different interests of yours.
Really great advice. I want to thank all of our panelists. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you. This has been a really great hour and hopefully very valuable to the students that have logged on today. And I really want to thank the students for staying with us for this past hour. Hopefully you found something that was helpful for you. And I do believe that this is being recorded and it will be posted. That's correct, Dr. Hamilton, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Good. And I mean, feel free to reach out to me or anybody on the panel. I think we'd be more than happy to chat with you about our experiences. And other faculty in our department, you know, that in their research or just their experiences that, you know, might be of interest to you. So our doors are always virtually open in terms of email. But thank you so much. I think we're going to break for lunch right here, and then Dr. Hamilton will resume at 1 o'clock, right?
That's correct. 1 o'clock, 1 to 3.
All right. So thank
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Gordiak. Thank you, everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. I think we can go ahead and start the afternoon session. And I hope that this is live for everybody, because we're going to have a joint session that's going to be led by Dr. Lacey Harrison. And then after that, we're going to have a second afternoon session that will deal with COVID's effect on Paralympians. But first, let me hand off the baton to Dr. Harrison.
Thank you. And hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Lacey Harrison. I'm a clinical assistant professor in the Master of Athletic Training program. Every year, the Master of Athletic Training program and the Dietetic Internship program come together for an interprofessional education event. The faculty members come up with usually 3 emerging topics that we feel require collaboration between an athletic trainer and a dietitian to provide patient-centered care. And then we take student volunteers who want to tackle the topic and they present to their peers. So we're really excited this year that they get to present to members all throughout the department. So we're going to have 3 30-minute talks. And before we start, I just want to pass it off to Miss Claudia Scott so she can say a few words about the Dietetic Internship Program.
Thanks so much, Dr. Harrison. And I would echo what she said. We are just so excited to be able to present and to do this interprofessional education collaborative that we do every year. And so we hope that those of you that are watching will enjoy it, ask great questions. And even if there are topics of interest that maybe we could present on in the future, if you wouldn't mind putting those in the chat, we might throw those around at some point and see if we can do that on an interprofessional education collaborative in the future. So thank you. I am a clinical associate professor at the University of Houston, and I'm also the dietetic internship director. So if you have questions about the internship, please let me know.
Thank you. And yeah, please type your questions or any comments that you have into the chat. And then after each talk, the presenters will have some time to answer those questions. So the first talk that we're going to have today is caring for the transgender patient, and that's going to be Dina Hamden and Cache Irving. So we'll turn it over to you two.
Okay, can everyone see the screen or the presentation? Okay. Today we will be presenting to you about caring for the transgender patient. My name is Cache Irvin, and I will be presenting to you from the athletic training perspective as an MAT student, and my partner Dina Hamden will be explaining to you the nutritional side as a dietetic intern for the University of Houston. Today we plan to address these objectives. We're going to recognize correct terminology and language to use for each transgender patient depending on how the patient self-identifies. We're going to discuss laws and policies that already exist on transgender inclusion and non-discrimination and the importance of having your own policy. We will recognize the health concerns associated with some transgender patients, as well as the nutritional considerations, barriers, and interventions related to the transgender community, and we will discuss ways to promote culturally competent care for transgender patients. So just to give a little background for you guys, we're going to go over some terminology. So transgendered, the definition of transgender describes an individual whose gendered identity, one's internal psychological identification as boy/man or girl/woman, does not match the person's sex at birth. So it is important that all people recognize and respect the transgender person's identification as a man or a woman in order for them to feel comfortable and express their gender identity. Transgender people may take a variety of steps, including changing their name, their self-referencing pronouns to better match their gender identity, which includes choosing clothes, hairstyles, and other aspects of self-presentation to reflect their gender identity and general living, as well as presenting themselves to others consistent with their gender identity. Some, but not all, may take hormones and undergo surgical procedures to change their body to better reflect their gender identity. Undergoing a surgical procedure would still put them in the classification of transgender. So these people in general challenge us to rethink an understanding of gender as a universally fixed at birth. So we're going to go over a little bit more terminology. Cisgender applies to someone whose gender matches their assigned sex at birth. So notice that sex and gender are two different concepts. Okay, so transgender female refers to a person whose gender is different from their assigned sex at birth, their assigned sex being male and their gender now being female. Transgender male is going to be in reverse. So it still applies to a person whose gender is different from their assigned sex at birth, their assigned sex at birth being female and them now being considered male as their gender. Gender non-conforming is a term given to people who don't conform with the gender norms that are expected of them. An example of this is Jaden Smith and his clothing line, but these terms usually refer to gender expression or how someone looks, including how they dress. So that would be males wearing what would be considered female clothing. Gender queer or non-binary is a term given to people who don't conform with gender norms that are expected of them. This term, I just read that, sorry. Genderqueer, here's an example of genderqueer. Genderqueer people do not fall into the category of not binary gender, as in they don't classify themselves as male or female. This is a picture of the dragon lady. It was assigned at birth a male, transgender female, and then into dragon, not under either male or female. There is also a total of 52 genders. So genderqueer can be one or a combination of any of these genders. Gender fluid applies to a person whose gender identity changes over time or changes at different times. These changes may vary at random or in response to certain circumstances, right? Hormone therapy is added hormones to a person's, added hormones to what a person takes to go with their expression of their gender. So taking hormones to create the appearance of a more feminine look or a more masculine look. So a gender neutral or gender inclusive pronoun is a pronoun which does not associate a gender with the individual who is being discussed. So gender pronouns are normally he, him, his, or she, her, hers, which are pronouns that can be used with the person if you know how they wish to be addressed. If you don't know how they wish to be addressed, the most commonly accepted pronouns for any person is they, them, and theirs, including transgender persons. If you don't wish to use pronouns, you can also refer to them by their name alone. Okay, next we're going to go over a few laws. So the Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex under the category of employment. This was recently argued in Bostock v. Clayton on June 15th of 2020. So it's now considered in the sex category that people cannot be discriminated against based on their sexual orientation, whether them being gay, lesbian, or transgender. The Title IX of Education Amendments of 1972 bans discrimination and protects students from harassment in schools based on their gender, sexual orientation, or race. Using bathrooms in this category, federal law in this area is uncertain, and most courts address this question have found in favor of transgender people being able to access facilities most consistent with their gender identity. So how they identify they can use that bathroom. Texas specifically requires that when using a bathroom for a sex other than your birth sex, it must be a single stall bathroom made for both genders. So the family bathrooms. Am I supposed to look at the chat? Okay. So as far as insurance non-discrimination laws, it's a state-by-state case with those. So there are 24 states where exclusion is prohibited in insurance as far as excluding transgender individuals. There are 28 states in which there are no laws in place for non-discrimination. Texas is one of those 28 with no laws in place. The Equality Act has actually not been passed yet, but it would amend the existing civil rights law, Civil Rights Act of 1964. So it's been introduced, and it was introduced February 18th of this year, 2021, and it would basically add in non-discrimination of all sexual orientations, transgender, LGBTQ community. So now policies. So the policy development for inclusion of transgender athletes is an emerging endeavor, meaning that as new research on the participation of transgender athletes and the physiological effects of gender transition on athletic performance becomes available, policies will need to be reevaluated that already exist or need to be added based on the current research that we have. So as of right now, policies for K through 12, if you're creating a policy, they promote that all children be included in all athletic activities, especially if they're have not hit puberty yet. As far as policies that exist, it's mainly a state-by-state case. So 16 states are allowing full inclusion. This is the green states on there. They're friendly guidance. So those 16 states allow full inclusion of kindergarten through 12th grade students. 14 require medical documentation to show if they are male to female or female to male transgender, and those would be the blue states. 10 states have no guidance at all. That is the gray or black colored states. They have no such laws or policies that exist. And then 11 states have barriers or bans on the inclusion of transgender athletes, Texas being one of these states, and that is the pink or red colored. So now we're going to talk about collegiate policies. The NCAA is a governing policy in college athletics, and most other organizations mimic the NCAA policy. So according to the NCAA, there are only 2 areas where regulations are impacted by transgender student athlete participation, and those are the use of banned substances and mixed team status. So the NCAA identifies testosterone as a banned substance. So any person taking testosterone or added testosterone in their system are violating NCAA rules and they cannot participate. Now, as far as mixed team status, the rules are that a transgender male, which again is female to male student, for the purposes of NCAA competition, they may compete on a men's team, but they are ineligible to compete on a women's team without that team being of mixed team status, meaning that they have both male and female athletes. A transgender female or male to female student may continue to compete on a men's team. These people would be considered female and they'd be taking hormones to present more feminine, but they may still compete on a men's team. They're actually not able to compete on a women's team without it being changed to mixed team status because they were born a male. I think I see a question. Should I address it now or at the end? I address it at the end. I'll address all questions.
We'll do questions at the end, and I'll handle the chat box. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay. So lastly, let's talk about health considerations. From the athletic training perspective, we are in charge of this student athlete and everything that encompasses their health while they're in our care. So these are a lot of things to consider. People of any sexual orientation can face health problems, but people who are gay, lesbian, or transgender may be at greater risk for health problems because they don't always see the healthcare provider when they need to, and they may feel embarrassed or have a bad experience or have a healthcare provider who is uninformed on their situation. So here are some health issues to be aware of as an athletic trainer. So the hormone therapy risk, while transitioning, they may take hormones to achieve the more masculine or feminine effect. Those hormones carry risks such as low or high blood pressure, blood clots, dehydration or electrolyte imbalance, and liver damage. Also, sometimes transgender people might get hormones from a non-medical provider. It is still in question whether this is the athletic trainer's duty to closely watch hormone therapy and be involved in this process, because them getting them from a non-medical healthcare provider may result in them taking the wrong amount of hormones and increase their chance of these side effects. Transgender people are slightly at higher risk for developing cancer tied to this hormone use, depending on the stage of transition. So the breast, the uterus, ovaries, prostate, and liver can be affected, and appropriate screening should be a part of their routine healthcare. And they may face challenges dealing with these healthcare issues, and they don't need to skip any of these exams. Also still in question whether it is the athletic trainer's job to ensure that they have these regular routines. But in our case, I would want to be aware of any abnormal pains that they're having or masses that occur, just so you can get ahead of it. So mental health issues is another huge aspect in dealing with a transgender patient. So they often have health issues as they struggle to identify with their sexuality, and they may have a hard time sharing this personal information with family and friends, as if they haven't came out to them or they just feel uncomfortable. As an athletic trainer, we should all know that most of the time our athletes confide in us, and so it is our job to watch out for the signs. They are at a higher risk for suicide, and you want to refer them to the right physician. Along with this is substance abuse. They often have substance abuse problem, including tobacco, alcohol, and illegal drugs. The reason may be partly that this group faces challenges as they strive to find their place in society. So it's our job to be understanding and also have them confide in us and watch out for the signs of substance abuse so that we can get them the help that they need. STIs is another health consideration. So this can include HPV, hepatitis A and B, HIV, syphilis, chlamydia, and gonorrhea. Most can be treated, but some can be fatal. And that's no matter what their sexual orientation is. But if transgender patients do not want to practice safe sex, they may come to the athletic trainer with different pains or discomfort that they're having in that general area, and you'd want to refer them to the right physician and seek medical care promptly. Lastly, heart disease. So the obesity, smoking, and hormone use, as well as high blood pressure that are common among this community, puts this person at risk for heart disease, heart attack, and stroke. So they need to get regular checkups for heart disease. As you know, during the PPE, before they participate, we will do a heart check as an athletic trainer, but it is still our job to be aware of anything that might occur while they're participating. So that's the last bit of considerations that I have from the athletic training perspective. My partner, Dina Hamden, will now discuss with you the nutritional aspect.
Thank you, Cache. Okay, so there are several clinical and psychosocial dietary considerations when caring for the transgender patient. This population has a high prevalence of disordered eating, unhealthy weight control, weight misperception, body dissatisfaction, and several other factors that can affect overall nutrition health. Currently, there are no nutrition guidelines for transgender patients, and some may be curious as to why the population needs modified nutrition guidelines. This is mainly because many transgender individuals undergo hormone therapy to achieve more masculine or feminine characteristics, and this may change their metabolic needs as well as cause adverse side effects that may affect their overall nutrition. Therefore, it really is necessary to ensure that these patients are receiving adequate nutrition support for these changes. Slide, please. So in order to get a better understanding of these metabolic changes that are seen in many transgender patients, we're going to identify some side effects that are associated with each type of hormone therapy. So some changes that may occur in transgender males who are receiving testosterone therapy include weight gain, increased lean body mass, decreased fat mass, as well as increased low density or decreased high density lipoprotein levels. Testosterone therapy may also increase risk of hyperlipidemia, cardiovascular disease, hypertension, as well as type 2 diabetes. On the other hand, changes that may occur in transgender females who are receiving estrogen therapy include changes in high density and low density lipoproteins, and increase or decrease in blood pressure, increase in bone mineral density, and decreased creatinine levels. So estrogen therapy may also increase risk of hypertriglyceridemia, as well as hypertension and type 2 diabetes. So again, as you can see, the transgender population is in need of optimal nutrition support, given the nutrition side effects associated with the medical interventions undertaken to make the transition from one gender to another. So in order to provide optimal nutrition care for transgender patients, we need to understand nutritional barriers that may make receiving adequate nutrition more challenging for this population. So to begin with, the first nutritional barrier associated with the transgender population is challenges to overall health. These challenges, as mentioned before, may occur due to the medical interventions associated with transitioning. Another is high rates of food insecurity, which is limited or uncertain access to food, which may be due to the transgender community facing high rates of poverty, joblessness, and homelessness due to discrimination or lack of support. Poor mental health, which may occur due to factors such as lack of support or gender dysphoria, which is a feeling of discomfort or distress that might occur in people whose gender identity differs from their sex assigned at birth. Another is financial barriers that may decrease access to adequate nutrition. And lastly, lack of access to healthcare due to the lack of healthcare professionals who are sufficiently knowledgeable on transgender health, or even just inaccurate information on health records, which may prevent transgender patients from seeking medical attention. This one is of particular importance because it's necessary for this population to have access to healthcare, since there are so many adverse side effects associated with transitioning, and anyone undergoing that process requires optimal medical and nutrition support. Okay, so now we ask, what are some ways that nutrition professionals can support transgender health? Sex hormones are important for regulating the growth of the skeleton, remodeling bones, and maintaining bone strength throughout each stage of life. Individuals who undergo hormone therapy could be at risk for a decrease in bone density because of fluctuations in hormone levels. So for this reason, bone support through appropriate exercise and a calcium and vitamin D rich diet are necessary. Second, we want to make sure we're supporting their muscles by providing adequate protein during hormone therapy, because testosterone therapy may increase muscle mass, which will then increase protein needs. Hormone therapy can also lead to an imbalance of good and bad bacteria in the gut. So we want to support gut health by keeping gut flora diverse and healthy, and definitely cholesterol support through the maintenance of healthy lipid levels. In addition, many transgender individuals undergo surgery in order to better align physical characteristics with their gender identity. However, surgery creates a hypermetabolic state, resulting in increased needs for those patients. Therefore, we want to make sure we're supporting their recovery by ensuring that the patient is receiving adequate nutrition. Lastly, mental health support is very important, as Keshi had mentioned, because many transgender individuals go through a lot of changes, and we want to make sure that they're supported throughout the whole process. For this reason, nutrition education and counseling are crucial. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about those in the next few slides. Okay, so nutrition education. In order to ensure that someone undergoing hormone therapy will remain healthy, we need to make sure that they know what's going on inside their body. Receiving nutrition education is a great way to understand what may happen or is already happening in their body so that they can try to prevent adverse side effects. Nutrition education for transgender patients may include education regarding metabolic changes, weight and lipid management, nutrient supplementation to avoid deficiencies, and of course, drug and nutrient interactions, since medications interact with nutrients in many ways. And some interactions may cause side effects, nutrient deficiency, or change the way a medication works. And then, of course, education regarding monitoring health changes during the transition and how to lower testosterone or estrogen levels if needed. So now for nutrition counseling, I want to briefly explain why it's so important for the transgender community to receive nutrition counseling. Along with the physical and mental changes that a transgender individual may experience, they unfortunately have to deal with many things that make the process of transitioning even more difficult. This includes eating disorders, discrimination and harassment, family rejection, substance abuse, minority stress, as well as gender dysphoria. With nutrition counseling, RDNs are able to ensure that transgender patients are receiving the support they need for optimal nutrition through compassionate and patient-centered care. However, it's also very important for RDNs to recognize when nutrition counseling is no longer appropriate and when referral to a mental health professional is necessary. So how can we promote culturally competent transgender care? We can begin by supporting and creating a welcoming environment for transgender patients and families by ensuring that waiting rooms and other common areas reflect and are inclusive of transgender patients and families. Facilitating disclosure of sexual orientation and gender identity is also very important. This can be done by ensuring that all forums contain inclusive, gender-neutral language that allows for self-identification. We can also advance effective communication and integrate the patient's preferences into interpersonal exchanges by listening to and reflecting the patient's choice of language when describing their sexual orientation and how a patient refers to their relationship or partner. And then lastly, promoting community involvement by becoming familiar with online and local resources available for LGBTQ health topics, and just being prepared with appropriate information and referrals. So to conclude, using appropriate terminology and pronouns and educating yourself on laws and policies related to transgender inclusion and non-discrimination is crucial when providing patient-centered care to transgender patients. Since many transgender patients are at risk for several health disparities and nutrition-related conditions, nutrition education and counseling are both great ways to help guide them to better health through the process of transitioning. And lastly, the best way to provide optimal care for the transgender population is for all healthcare professionals to gain appropriate knowledge regarding transgender health. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for listening, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. That was a fascinating presentation. Thank you so much. We do have a couple of questions before we move to the next presentation. The first one is about pronouns. So the question asks, has it always been to acknowledge transgender folks as they, them, theirs, or by the person's name?
So it has not always been the case. It's actually been recently found out. I think the research said in the last 3 years. Before, it was trying to figure out how the patient identifies, whether they wanted to be referred to as she or her, or whether they wanted to be referred to as him or he. And so with the introduction of different genders, like I said, there are 52, we came to the conclusion that not everybody identifies as he or she, and that they, them, and theirs is the best way to approach that situation, or their name.
Thank you. Thank you. The next question is regarding counseling a transgender female. Their needs would their needs be according to their biological sex, but would if the person identifies as female, I'm sorry, I'm reading this incorrectly. Okay. Their needs would be according to their biological sex, but the person identifies as female. How do you approach this while honoring their identity?
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, I can take that one, Kasha, if you want me to. All right, thank you. That's actually a great question. I'd like to say that a big part of providing patient-centered care is ensuring that the patient is receiving nutrition that is appropriate for their own needs or condition. And so regardless of gender, every person requires an individualized approach that is tailored specifically to their body's current condition or needs. However, if the patient is transitioning, the medical interventions associated with that process may cause metabolic changes that may require us to frequently change their nutrition care plan in order to ensure that we're supporting their health at every stage. So I believe that while using correct terminology and pronouns, nutrition counselors will be able to appropriately discuss these changes and why it's necessary to provide care that is based on their physical condition or metabolism at that time.
We have a question or a clarification that is coming up. Let's see. Oh, there we go. It was in the chat. But Zenaida just wanted to say that other kin, as in my example with the current dragon lady, and non-binary are two different things. So other kin is a physical identity, non-binary is a gender identity, other kin being non-human things such as dragons, demons, etc., while non-binary is on the gender spectrum where someone doesn't identify as exclusively female or male or identify as a third gender. Just throwing that out there. Are there any other questions or comments?
All right, well, thank you both, and thank you for everyone who submitted a question. We're going to move on to our next topic. If any questions kind of roll in, we can funnel them to our speakers, and they may be able to get back to you afterwards. I was just going to ask you guys to stop sharing. Thank you. And the next group, our next talk is disordered eating patterns in the athletic population, and that is Lindsay Winningham and Casey Harrell.
All right, can everyone hear me? Okay. All right, so thank you everyone for being here. My name is Lindsay Winningham, and I'm one of the dietetic interns with the on-site dietetic internship program.
And my name is Casey Harrell, and I'm a first-year Master's of Athletic Training student here at the University of Houston.
And our presentation today is on the effect of disordered eating patterns on athletic injuries.
So a couple things we're wanting y'all to get out of this presentation today is to be able to outline the repercussions of disordered eating patterns, as well as to be able to educate your peers on what a healthy lifestyle may look like. And for the active individuals, we want y'all to understand the importance of maintaining a healthy diet while participating in athletics, as well as to just be able to identify some different disordered eating patterns.
So what is disordered eating? I found two pretty good definitions here, one with the National Eating Disorders Collaboration, which defines it as a disturbed and unhealthy eating pattern that can include restrictive dieting, compulsive eating, or skipping meals. And then another one from an article with the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Disordered eating is used to describe a range of irregular eating behaviors that may or may not warrant a diagnosis of a specific eating disorder. So essentially what disordered eating is it's a descriptive term. So it's not a diagnosis. It's really just describing those behaviors that could be exhibited and often are in people who have diagnosed eating disorders. And then they also can be exhibited in people who might be on track to developing one in the future. So some examples of disordered eating. Dieting is actually the most common form. So I've listed a few popular diets there. Cheat meals or cheat days is also a form of disordered eating. Attaching morality to food, so good versus bad foods. This idea that you have to earn your calories or earn your food is disordered. Obsessive tracking of calories or food, like maybe using something like MyFitnessPal in the picture there. Unlimited amount of safe foods is also disordered. So that just pertains to the variety aspect. So maybe someone experiences extreme discomfort trying new foods, or only has a limited amount of safe, healthy foods that they feel like they can eat. And then purging behaviors is also considered disordered eating. So that would be excessive exercise, making yourself throw up, or laxative or diuretic abuse. And then also skipping meals is disordered. And we've also included a note there about alcohol, because it can be common among college students in general, but especially college athletes, to skip meals before consuming alcohol in order to feel the effects of the alcohol faster. So just wanted to point that out there. And then here are some signs and symptoms of disordered eating. So there are many more than this, but these are just the ones I felt like might show up most commonly among athletes. So poor wound healing, muscle weakness, fainting, feeling cold all the time, trouble concentrating, dizziness, cuts on finger joints, and that's displayed in the picture there. That sometimes occurs when people purge and they make themselves throw up and they're cutting their fingers on their teeth while they're doing that. And then dry skin, hair, and nails. So if you notice any of these things in your athletes, it definitely warrants, further investigation into what might be going on, and definitely warrants more support overall of that athlete.
So when we think about disordered eating patterns, we most commonly associate those with females. Excuse me. However, they are reported in 33% of males. When looking at females, it's reported in 41.5% of them. And those athletes are also 8 times more likely to suffer a musculoskeletal injury, which can be from anywhere from an ankle sprain to a muscle sprain or something more severe. I also want to make note that 25.5% of athletes were noted as being at a subclinical level for an eating disorder, which means they don't meet the full criteria to actually be diagnosed with an eating disorder. However, they do meet some of them. Often sports that are commonly associated are ones that require a weight class, such as weightlifting or wrestling. And this is because athletes want to be able to eat the foods they like and go out with friends without having to worry about eating healthy. So in order to counteract that, they will begin to restrict their caloric intake to make up for that, or they will purge. That way they are able to maintain that specific weight range for their sport. Also, ones that are believed to require a body image, such as figure skating, cheerleading, or gymnastics. And this is commonly for the same reason. They want to eat the foods they like and go out with friends, but still maintain that proper image that they believe they need to be a part of their team.
So why is disordered eating harmful? It's harmful in a number of ways, one being it increases the risk of cardiovascular implications. So with prolonged caloric restriction, our heart muscle can actually shrink and heart rate irregularities can occur. So you can imagine that could be very damaging in a normal person, but especially for an athlete who's using their heart a lot. And then it also increases the risk of gastrointestinal issues. So that might be constipation, pain, bloating, slowed stomach emptying. It can also increase the risk of endocrine irregularities. So that might mean poor heat regulation, low testosterone in men, or menstrual irregularities in women. And then electrolyte abnormalities can also occur. And that happens most commonly with people who are purging. And then it also increases the risk of low bone mineral density. So that not only increases risk of injury, maybe in the present moment, but because athletes are often within those prime bone building years, it can also cause irreversible damage throughout their life when it comes to bone health. And then, like I mentioned, it increases risk of injury, but it also increases the risk of prolonged healing of those injuries. And then overall, it increases the risk of a full-blown eating disorder diagnosis. And unfortunately, eating disorders have the highest mortality rate among all mental health disorders. So it also increases risk of premature death as well. So in talking about nutrition for athletes and overall energy intake, athletes want to be getting at least 25 to 35 kilocalories per kilogram of body weight per day. But depending on the individual athlete and the sport and the training season that they're in, that number can vary greatly, and an athlete might absolutely need more than that. And just to put it into perspective, our brain uses about 20%, so 1/5 of our total energy intake throughout the day just to function properly. So if you can imagine, if an athlete is restricting just 20% of their calories in a given day, their body is going to compensate in a way that not only negatively impacts athletic performance, but their overall health in general. And then protein requirements. So athletes need at least 1.2 to 2.0 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per day. And consistency is key here. So making sure that an athlete gets an adequate portion in each meal throughout the day, so breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then also in their snacks throughout the day in order to optimize muscle recovery. And then when it comes to fat, this macronutrient tends to be vilified in some popular diets. So making sure your athletes know it's important to get at least 20 to 35% of their total energy intake from fat. And one of my favorite things about fat that you can share with your athletes is that it's important and essential for absorption of our fat-soluble vitamins, so A, D, E, and K. So an example there would be maybe if you have a salad, pairing it with an oil-based dressing. So maybe not choosing a fat-free ranch dressing there. And then when it comes to carbohydrates, unfortunately, this macronutrient also gets vilified in a lot of popular diets. And by the way, with that, these claims that high fat, low carbohydrate diets improve athletic performance is not supported by any of the current literature. So making sure your athletes know that carbohydrates are important, it's their main source of energy, and depending on their activity level, their needs might adjust. So some examples here, if an athlete has a very high activity level, meaning greater than 4 to 5 hours a day, they would need at least 8 to 12 grams of carbohydrates per kilogram of body weight per day. And I do also want to point out that I'm throwing up a lot of very specific numbers on these nutrition slides, but we are talking about disordered eating. And part of that is getting very caught up in the specific numbers and being very, very rigid with those. So it might be more intuitive for your athletes to focus more on something like a My Plate example when planning their meals, and also focusing more internally on their own hunger and fullness cues, and maybe leaving the specifics up to their registered dietitian. And then also when it comes to hydration status, again, by avoiding disordered eating patterns, it might be more intuitive to focus on something like a urine color chart when tracking hydration status rather than specific ounces. So just making sure your athlete stays within the 1 to 3 range in order to be adequately hydrated for athletic performance.
So when looking at how it can eating disorders can be implicated with athletic training, typically these athletes will have a low bone mineral density. And as we know, bone mineral density plays an important part in just overall bone health. So if an athlete has a low bone mineral density, they're more likely to suffer fractures from a simple injury, say an ankle sprain. They could have a fracture in the area due to the bone not being strong enough to withstand that injury. And as Lindsay mentioned earlier, not having the proper nutrients can lead to poor healing. So like say a simple scrape or a cut that should only take 1 to 2 days to heal may now take, say, 5 to 7 days because the body does not have the proper nutrients it needs.
And we also wanted to highlight relative energy deficiency in sport, or REDS here. So this is the new female athlete triad. And if you remember what that is, it's shown in the model here. So it used to be just low energy availability, menstrual dysfunction or cessation, and low bone mineral density in female athletes. But now that we know low energy availability is more encompassing, so it affects all genders and negatively impacts all of these different components of health. And then just highlighting this psychological aspect here. So this kind of goes both ways. So the psychological piece kind of is a big cause of low energy availability in the first place. And then in return, the low energy availability can affect this as well as all these other things.
So one reason that athletes tend to restrict their caloric intake is because they are wanting to increase their appearance. And as I had stated before, doing that, it also increases their risk for a fracture. For females, it tends to lead to their loss of their menstrual cycle, which is dangerous because For females, the menstrual cycle helps regulate many different things in the body. Athletes may not realize is that by restricting their caloric intake, they are also decreasing their performance because they no longer have the proper nutrients and energy that the body needs to continue maintaining at a specific level. Athletes that do this may also test positive for a doping test. And what that is essentially a drug test for taking substances to aid in their process of this that may not be allowed by their governing association. When an athlete restricts their caloric intake, it actually decreases their lean mass, which is contradictory to everything that they're doing in the weight room and on the playing surface, because the body does not have the protein that it needs to aid in everything that they're doing. Protein also helps to increase muscle repair. So after a hard workout, having the proper protein will help the athlete recover a lot faster from that workout. Protein also helps to increase the recovery time post-injury. So say an injury that may take 6 to 7 months to heal may now take 9 to 10 months, just because, again, the body does not have the proper amount of protein it needs to recover from the injury.
And just going along with that, making sure when your athletes are getting their recovery snack after every training session, that they include a carbohydrate, protein, and a fluid in order to optimize that recovery.
When looking at alcohol, athletes who drink alcohol are increasing their risk of injury. This is typically, and in one research article that I found, that was more common among football players than it was in other sports. We also want to avoid using alcohol after exercise because alcohol is a vasodilator, which means that it causes the blood vessels to expand, which allows fluids to move throughout the body a lot faster. And after exercise, we want to retain as much fluid as possible to replace the fluids we lost while exercising. When looking at the thermoregulation aspect of the body, we want to increase our fluids after exercise. So if we consume alcohol and our body is vasodilating, we're not retaining those fluids as much as we should, which we need to and should, because we need to decrease the body's core temperature so that there are no more serious injuries that occur. Alcohol tends to decrease the amount of calcium within the skeletal system, which, as we know, calcium plays an important part in just overall bone health. So if there's not as much calcium in the skeletal system, it makes the bones more susceptible to a fracture. And so when looking at the healing aspect of having a fracture, if there's not enough calcium, there's not enough osteoblasts in the area to lay down enough bone tissue to heal those fractures. Looking at the neurological system, alcohol tends to decrease the central nervous system's excitability, and the central nervous system is composed of the brain and spinal cord. So for example, an athlete that's under the influence, if they touch their hand on a hot stove, it's going to take a lot longer for them to remove their hand than it would a patient or a athlete that is not under the influence. Alcohol also affects the cerebellum, which is a portion of the brain that is in charge of proprioception and balance. So an athlete that's under the influence will not have the proper balance, so would increase their risk for injury as well. So before I get started on this slide, I just want to point out that all of these timeframes that I will be discussing are for athletes who are not suffering from a disordered eating pattern. So I just want to make note of that. So when looking at fractures, typically they take anywhere between 6 to 16 weeks to heal based off of the type of fracture. In an article that I found, this was through a process of osteosynthesis, which is a surgical fixation with plates or screws. And depending on where the fracture is located, it could take anywhere between 8 to 16 weeks for the athlete to be able to place load on that area. Hamstring strains are a common injury among athletics, and if it's minor, we can treat it conservatively and that could take anywhere to 1 to 3 weeks to heal. However, if they are more severe, we'll tend to need to treat them surgically, which can take anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, just until the athlete is able to fully bear weight and get off of any assistive devices that they may need. The ACL, or the anterior cruciate ligament, which is located in the knee, and what that does is it prevents the shin or the tibia from translating or moving forward. And this is commonly found in our sports that are high impact or involve a lot of planning and cutting. And this can take up anywhere up to 1 year to heal. Typically, this injury is needed to be treated surgically. I also want to make note that even though the athlete will be back on the playing surface at 1 year, they will more than likely not be 100%. The UCL, or the ulnar collateral ligament, is located in the elbow, and this is commonly injured in our overhead athletes, such as our baseball pitchers. Depending on the extent of the injury, it can be treated surgically, which is commonly known as the Tommy John surgery. And recovery from this injury could take anywhere from 6 to 7 months till the athlete is back on the playing surface. Again, these athletes will not be able to compete at 100% either.
So what can you do as the athletic trainer or registered dietitian? One of the things is you can use sport as a motivating factor. So a lot of times your athletes, their sport is going to be the thing that they might be most passionate about. So once disordered eating patterns start to affect their playing time or their overall health and injuries in relation to their sport, it might be beneficial to talk to them about that in order to get them to maybe stop the disordered patterns. And then also responding appropriately to disordered comments. So for example, if you hear an athlete saying, like, I feel so fat, you could say, like, fat isn't a feeling, it's a descriptive term. So what are you actually feeling? Or you could say, you know, your body is the least interesting thing about you. And then if you feel like your athletes need a level of support that's greater than you can provide, also referring out to professional help. So looking for those credentials like certified eating disorder specialist or certified eating disorder registered dietitian. These are the health professionals that are going to have the most experience treating eating disorders and disordered eating.
So things we can also do is just lead by example, because if an athlete sees you excessively tracking your calories or going on a prolonged diet, they may think that it's okay for them to do that as well, being that you are their healthcare provider. I also want to make note that in one study that 91% of athletic trainers reported dealing with a disordered eating pattern. However, only 27% of those actually felt confident in their ability to properly handle that. So if we just get ourselves more knowledge on the topic as a whole, we can really help our athletes. And these are just some sources that Lindsay and I found about disordered eating and mental health that we think would really help in y'all's education.
Right, and here are references, and we'll take some questions.
Excellent, another fabulous presentation. Thank you, ladies. The question that came up in the question box is, what is the percentage? So how high, is this a high percentage in athletes that this occurs?
Good question. I think, Casey, did you have that on one of your slides?
Yeah. So on one of my slides, it's reported in 33% of males, and then it's reported in 41.5% of females.
Yes, right here.
Excellent.
Good question.
Are there any other questions before we move on to our next presentation?
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That was a great presentation. And again, if you think of questions, feel free to put them in the chat and we can get them to our speakers. And thank you both. You guys did a great job. Our next topic is caring for the physically active geriatric population, and that's going to be Caitlin Booth and Eric Reynolds.
Okay, so hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Caitlin Booth, and later you will meet my partner Eric Reynolds. And today we will be discussing how to ensure appropriate healthcare for the physically active geriatric population. First, I am going to discuss the orthopedic side to age-related pathologies that are commonly seen in the geriatric population and how they guide athletic trainers' treatment plans. And then my partner Eric will further go into these nutritional care processes for the same age-related pathologies along with our take-home message. As we age, injuries can become more common, and for our specific population, dislocations, fractures, head and spinal injuries are among the ones healthcare professionals typically treat more often. These tend to be more common because as we get older, our bodies start to change and can affect different tissues, organs, and systems throughout. As athletic trainers, it is important to know that not only do the body systems start to change, but because of these changes, our body's ability to heal is compromised. If you take a look at the colored pyramid on the right side of the screen, you will notice there are 6 different levels. When taking a patient through a treatment plan at any age, you'll want to start from the bottom of this pyramid and work your way up. For our geriatric patients, there's not a specific time frame for how long they should spend at each level, but it should be expected to take longer than younger adults due to the body's delayed healing response and possible comorbid conditions attributed to age. The most common comorbid condition seen in the geriatric patient population is arthritis. Now, arthritis can be broken down into many different diseases, but osteoarthritis, otherwise known as OA, and rheumatoid arthritis, otherwise known as RA, are the most common amongst this population. OA affects over 12 million geriatric patients, while rheumatoid arthritis affects 1.3 million. With this many patients being affected, it is something of high importance to understand that if the symptoms such as pain, swelling, and stiffness around the joint are not managed, patients will either become sedentary or they'll have to have their joint replaced. Surprisingly, over 600,000 joints are replaced from OA alone each year. And as an athletic trainer, it is important to know not only how to help the patient recover from these replacements, but how to create an intervention plan to prevent them from happening in the first place. So when creating any intervention plan, you always want the patient's goal in mind. For our population, it may be to be able to do their activities of daily living, to be able to play with their grandchildren, or with the more physically active population, they may want to compete in events. No matter what that is, their goal should always be in the back of your mind. For our patients that have arthritis, decreasing pain and improving their quality of life is high priority. They will be able to enjoy physical activity again if the pain in the joints is diminished. Once they can become more physically active, increasing their range of motion, strength at and around the joints, followed by balance, will be the next progression. To do so, it is suggested by research that 150 minutes of low impact aerobic exercise and a couple of days of strengthening a week will help achieve these goals. Primary intervention seen in the geriatric population with arthritis is aquatic therapy because of its ability to decrease the load on joints while providing resistance and aerobic training. Another common condition seen in over 25% of our geriatric patients is diabetes. When the body doesn't produce or use insulin correctly, it can lead to many health problems, including increased risk for fractures, falls, vascular and peripheral neuropathy conditions, and just poor health in general. Because of the variability of factors that can increase the patient's symptoms, it would greatly benefit the patient if their athletic trainer, as long as, or as well as their dietitian and primary care provider, were in collaboration with one another to create specific goals and intervention strategies. Some symptoms may be managed purely from exercises, and others may be primarily managed from a nutritional standpoint, which is why including both in the intervention will allow for the best outcome for the patient. For diabetic patients, their goals for treatment will depend on which symptoms they are experiencing, but the main goal on both the athletic trainer and dietitian's mind should be to create the long-term intervention plan together that focuses on incorporating both of their fields of expertise to promote proper nutrition and physical activity. To do so from an athletic trainer standpoint, a multifunctional approach is suggested. Research shows that including exercises such as high and low impact activities, balance progressions, aerobic and resistance training, flexibility, strengthening, and functional movements to get them through their activities of daily living will help manage more of the patient's symptoms over time. Another age-related change that's seen in geriatric patients is sarcopenia, which in simple terms is muscle loss that affects one's strength, structure, and performance. To explain how prevalent sarcopenia is in our patient population, 14% of 65-year-olds can be diagnosed with it, and by the age of 80, it increases to 53% of the total population. Like I stated earlier in this presentation, there are many age-related changes that occur in our body, and many of those combined with muscle loss can lead to an increased risk of falling. From that increased risk, that could lead to another increased risk of fractures and a decline in the patient being physically active. If a patient has an unfortunate falling accident, it may be difficult for them to recover, which is why athletic trainers' primary goals would be to increase their muscular strength to prevent falling and risk fracturing bones, like the most common one everyone hears about, the hip. At this age, increasing muscle mass is not as easy, but that does not mean it's impossible. Working with our patient's dietitian, we can plan exactly what they should be eating throughout the day, especially after rehab with us. To create a proper intervention, the said principle must be understood, which is by placing a structure such as a muscle group under stress with different intensities, over time, this muscle group will adapt to the demands placed on it, meaning our patient's remaining muscle mass will eventually adapt to our proposed intervention strategy. Research suggests to undergo progressive resistance and aerobic training to help increase muscle mass up to 1 to 3 kilograms for patients with diabetes. In our geriatric population, it may be less, but it's in our hope that their strength increases. Even if our population does not increase the muscle mass, continuing a multifunctional fitness program approach, such as the one with diabetic patients, will benefit them in the long run. And the last condition I am going to discuss today that athletic trainers and dietitians will have to be aware about is osteoporosis. Osteoporosis is when the bone tissue starts to deteriorate over time and the bones become more susceptible to injuries such as fractures. Unfortunately, this condition is typically undiagnosed until individuals have falls or recurrent fractures. 44 million people either have osteoporosis or osteopenia, which is the beginning stages of osteoporosis in our geriatric population. Since the risk of fractures in older adults is related to the decline in bone mass as they age, creating appropriate interventions is critical. Doing so can prevent 1 in 3 falls in our patients. So if we look at the math and statistics here, we could prevent 14.6 million falls amongst these 44 million people. Like I mentioned on the previous slide, our primary goal when treating older patients with osteoporosis is to prevent falls and fractures. Wolff's Law proposes bones will adapt based on the demands based on or placed on them, kind of similar to the SAID principle. Because of this, in order to increase the bone mineral density and strength in our patients, activities that put stress on the bone will need to be incorporated. When beginning the treatment, it would be advised to start with low impact and gradually progress to higher impact closed chain activities to give the bone some time to adapt. Aquatic therapy is commonly seen in older adults due to a variety of reasons. In this instance, it allows for our patients to feel safe to exercise without the thought of them falling and getting injured. It allows for resistance training to strengthen the muscles around those bones, and it provides low impact on the bones and joints themselves. Once patients are able to progress from low impact, a multi-component exercise program may be implemented. When creating an intervention plan for patients with a high fall risk, such as osteoporosis patients, it's important to know you will not only need to incorporate bone and muscular strengthening exercises, but you may need to improve the patient's confidence in themselves. Athletic trainers are capable to not only provide exercises and treatment to the structures of the body, but they can also help promote higher levels of the patient's self-efficacy. Patients in this population may not have the confidence they need to successfully complete a treatment program without this component. So which intervention plan is best? If we refer back to the pyramid at the beginning of the presentation, that includes the components of therapeutic exercise. Some patients may not need to spend a certain amount of time at every level. Succeeding as an athletic trainer means we are ensuring appropriate healthcare to patients by knowing when to progress onto the next level and when to rely more on one intervention style than the other. Not every patient will respond the same way, which is why it's in the patient's best interest to individualize their treatment plan to achieve their short-term and long-term goals. Not one intervention is prioritized above another, so understanding your patient and discussing with their dietitian will allow the patient to get the most out of your care. So now my partner, Eric, will further go into how to treat the geriatric population from a nutritional standpoint while working alongside athletic trainers.
My name is Eric Reynolds, and I'm a dietetic intern here at the University of Houston. And thank you for listening to our presentation today. A lot of the conditions that my partner Caitlin spoke of can be treated in a nutritional wise in a process known as the nutrition care process. And that is usually handled according to conducting an assessment with the patient, then diagnosing the problem, and then implementing a strategy, working with the patient, the client, his family, his or her family to implement to put forward an intervention that is basically client focused and client centered and tailored to their needs in order to reach their certain goals and outcomes, and then monitoring them once that specific intervention has been implemented to be sure that they're on track to accomplish their goals, and to evaluate them. And the evaluation normally consists of maybe an anthropometric process where you retake their height, their weight, look at their labs to see if they've changed or gotten better or improved any from before. And the problem that the dietitians are tasked to handle, the nutritional problem, it has to be nutrition related. It's not a medical diagnosis. And once again, is the specific problem, whether it's sarcopenia or osteoporosis, we have to make sure that it's a nutritional problem that's caused by the diet and not by some other means. If it's genetic, if it's maybe the result of a fall or something like that, that we may be able to solve that problem with a nutritional solution in addition to maybe by other means, like maybe physical therapy or occupational therapy or something to that effect. And also, if it is a nutritional problem, is it treatable through the diet? Just because something may be caused by a specific problem that's in the diet, it may not necessarily be solved that way. Maybe you may need certain medications or certain therapies and all like that to try to mitigate those circumstances. And then it specifically names and describes the problem through a process what we call the PES statement, which is stands for PS is the acronym for problem, etiology, and symptoms. An example of a PS statement would be a problem such as a patient may be having a swallowing difficulty. And that could be related to something, the origin could be a stroke. And maybe evidenced by them maybe coughing or having a hard time, swallowing liquids or something to that effect. That's more closer to maybe a medical diagnosis as opposed to being able to solve through a nutritional means. And let's see. And our main purpose with a nutritional intervention is to influence and change the factors that's contributing to the imbalance and to restore nutritional health to our patients. And this is just kind of an overview of an acronym we refer to as ADIME. A is for an assessment, where we get basically when we bring the patient in, we get a nutrition history, maybe a 24-hour recall of maybe what they've consumed in the past 24 hours, or some patients may keep a diary, and that would help out a lot so we can determine their nutritional patterns and what they eat, on a daily basis, to make a determination as to whatever disease state that they've been inflicted with may be related to what's in their diet. And biochemical data basically refers to blood work, looking at their labs to see maybe if they may have elevated sodium levels, maybe their urinalysis to show that their urine is maybe real concentrated, maybe they're dehydrated, maybe excess of nitrogen loss, which means maybe a lack of protein, maybe they need additional protein in their diet. And then nutritional focused physical exam is just it's kind of related to like a physical exam what a normal physician would do, what a physician would do during a normal physical exam, checking for instances such as that may indicate malnutrition, such as bone protrusions from the clavicle, the shoulder, the back, the legs, making sure they look the body looks nutritionally sound, is healthy, is not malnourished or anything to that effect, as you can see from the visual eye, visually, without looking at the labs or anything. And then getting the patient client history of some disease states may occur as a result of a family history, such as diabetes or high blood pressure. It may be prevalent on different sides of your family. And if you can get a history on that, then that could really help you a lot to determine what nutritional interventions that you may, or what intervention you may want to consider when trying to help alleviate some of the problems that your patient or client may be feeling. Let's see. The diagnosis, a nutritional diagnosis is the purpose of that is to identify and describe a specific nutrition problem that can be resolved or improved through treatment with nutrition. It's different from a medical diagnosis, once again, in which if the patient is diabetic, then that's a medical diagnosis. If maybe they're maybe they're consuming excessive calories or excessive fat calories or carbohydrate calories, then that could be a nutritional diagnosis or a problem that could be rectified through nutritional intervention. And it's broken down into 4 domains, which is food and nutrition intake, clinical, behavior, environmental, and bioactive. Food and nutritional intake is basically an intake problem. Maybe you're consuming too many calories, too many fat calories, too much carbohydrates, or maybe excess of sodium intake. Clinical basically concerns a diagnosis like maybe related physically, such as the nutrition-focused physical exam, something that's seen there, such as weight or observable malnourishment during the exam. You can tell like in the shoulders or the back or the neck. If you observe that, the eyes, if they're deep, like around in that area and all like that, the cheekbones, are they really noticeable? Can you actually see bones protruding and all like that, as opposed to having plenty of cushioning or muscle or fat, adipose tissue that can that would help support that. And then behavior environmental domain of diagnosis is what something that the patient or client may be doing themselves, such as maybe they're refusing to engage in any type of physical activity or exercise, something that could benefit them. They don't want to follow a diet plan or anything that can try to help their current situation or the disease state that they're undergoing. Bioactive substance, maybe you're not consuming enough vitamins or minerals and all like that to support your problem. In the case of an example would be maybe osteoporosis. Maybe you're not getting adequate amounts of calcium, or if you are, you need vitamin D to help you absorb that calcium. So you may be lacking 1 or 2 of those. And some of the interventions, it could be food or nutrient delivery. Maybe you need more calories or less. Maybe you need a little bit more fat in your diet to try to help resolve the particular disease state or problem that you're incurring. Perhaps you just need education and counseling. Maybe you know what you need to do. You just need a little some assistance along with some extra advice and all like that to try to support what you're already trying to do. And then coordination of care. That could be between the dietitian, the athletic trainer, and a physician, and all coming together to make sure that the patient is receiving all of the help that they need to try to get to accomplish the goals or the outcomes that the patient is seeking and that we're trying to get the patient to. And then monitoring and evaluation. Once you get those labs from the assessment, you want once the patient has gotten to a certain extent along in the in the intervention, you want to recheck those labs to see if they've improved. And have they improved? Have they gotten worse? Are they still the same? You want to check with the patient to make sure if there are modifications in the lab or something like, if they hadn't gotten better, you want to check with the patient to make sure that they are adhering to the interventional plan that they that we have prescribed to them at the outset. And if need be, you have to constantly monitor the patient and make adjustments as needed, because the intervention that you may have prescribed at the outset, maybe that needs to be modified in itself. Maybe you said that they needed, a certain 1 gram or 1.2 or 1.4 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight, and maybe that's enough. Maybe healing still isn't progressing along as you thought it would. Maybe you need to increase their protein. And even if you do increase their protein, you probably ought to adjust the calories also to keep from having that protein used as energy as opposed to repair and support as what you intended the protein to be used to. So you constantly have to monitor patients and make adjustments and all like that. Also, you want to be sure with the calories to make sure that they're not picking up unnecessary weight. So monitoring and evaluation is nothing that's kind of written in stone or etched in stone that you have to do. It's just something that you have to constantly do, and you're constantly making always making adjustments. Anthropometric measurements, those are measurements such as height, weight, waist circumference, neck circumference. You're checking for changes in those, which is should do to see if there's, how is that related to your interventions, to see if you need to modify that. And then biochemical data, once again, those are the labs. And then you can conduct another nutrition-focused physical assessment to see if those findings are have improved any, to see if the patient has maybe picked up a little weight, or maybe even they may have needed to lose some weight. And here's just some assessments you use to the various disease states that Caitlin spoke of. Basically, you get the patient's history, do an assessment. You check the labs, get a history. And you also can be aware of when you're doing an intervention, it can also be through nutritional wise or various supplements such as rheumatoid arthritis. You have your anti-inflammatories, vitamin C and zinc, vitamin D for bone health. You can use that in addition to nutrition such as consuming plenty of fatty fish, sardines, trout, salmon, and vegetables and fruits. You always want to check to make sure the patient is modifying their diet, because sometimes if you check the labs during the monitoring and evaluation phase, if they haven't gotten better, it's not necessarily on the dietitian or the athletic trainer. You have to make sure the patient is holding up their part. Diabetes is really kind of tricky. That's really close to a medical diagnosis. So you make sure you really work with the patient's physician on that one and all like that, and make sure the patient is following the diet plan that y'all have established for that. And if you can, for diabetes, specifically if you're doing counseling, if you can get a registered dietitian nutrition who's a certified diabetes care and education specialist, that'll help out a lot in that particular area. They're specialized in handling patients with diabetes. Goal setting helps a lot too. If you can set goals for specific outcomes and what you help to achieve, and if you can do that, then and have the specific, if you can have the patient or your client to write that down and record it maybe in a diary and all like that, they'll probably be more apt to follow it on account of they know that they have something to try to look at and build upon, and it will hold them accountable in that respect. And once again, monitoring and evaluation again. Muscle loss, sarcopenia. That, as my partner Caitlin spoke of, that's evident that's going to happen as you age. But there's things that you can do in addition to physical activity to try to support that and make sure you're getting enough calories. One thing with the older population is they tend to, as we get older, we tend to maybe lose our sense of taste and senses. We may not even sense that we're thirsty, and that therefore we get dehydrated. We won't drink enough. You need enough water in your muscles. Muscles holds water pretty better than adipose tissue or fat. If you can, continue with the physical activity and exercise, making sure you're getting enough protein from various sources. So that's muscle loss is really something that needs to be focused on and really hit up on as we get older. That can be supported with supplements, amino acids, creatine supplements, protein. Some of those you have to be careful of, like the creatine that could cause additional dehydration. And osteoporosis, nutritional wise, look at your calcium and your vitamin D as we get older. Even going outside trying to get some vitamin D from the sun, that's not as easy as it was when you're younger. So if you can make sure you get your recommended dietary allowance for your vitamin D, make sure you don't go over or do whatever along with your calcium, and then you just so use those supplements along with your nutritional means and all like that to try to maintain your bone health. And for our take-home message, there are many different risk factors and comorbidities for the geriatric population. Collaboration will be needed between the athletic trainer and a dietitian in treating patients with these various comorbidities. Exercise programs are based on the patient's ability and their risk factors and their goals in which they would like to achieve. And also a deficiency in calories, protein, and certain vitamins and mineral may serve as an impediment for muscle loss. But eating enough calories and high quality protein can slow down the rate of muscle loss. An appropriate nutritional intervention can have a positive impact on the well-being of the physically active geriatric patient. So athletic trainers and dietitians can and do work together to ensure appropriate health care is given to their physically active geriatric patient. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you for another great presentation. Are there any questions before we end the session? Excellent. Well, we have another session starting here in the next 5 minutes. So in order to be a good steward of everyone's time, we thank you for joining us. We appreciate all of the presenters that presented this afternoon. All the information was quite fascinating. I feel like I learned a lot myself. And if there are any additional questions that anyone has later, please feel free to reach out either to Dr. Harrison or myself, and we can make sure that we get those questions to the presenters.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I believe Dr. Cunningham is next, but we have about 5 minutes, so I'm not sure if we're transitioning right away or not.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and transition. We're getting pretty close. We don't want anybody to walk away and miss the last session. Let's go ahead and transition to Dr. Cunningham. This is for his students who are presenting on the effect of COVID on Paralympians.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Mike Cottingham. I'm an associate professor and the director of Adaptive Athletics at UH. Why I'm really excited to share with you is I know there are a number of undergraduates in this lecture. My lab has opportunities for both graduates, but also undergraduates to directly work in research contexts. So you'll be seeing a video put together on their research and then be able to ask them questions. But I want you to know that this was conducted by one first-year graduate student and 2 undergraduate students, and they've done a really spectacular job. We're very proud of them. And if you're interested in doing research and you'd like to do some hands-on meaningful data collection and really go through the full research process, my lab is always looking for outstanding students that are interested. So my contact information is at the end. At this point, I'll hand this over to Matthew for the video.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matthew. I'm just going to be sharing the presentation now. Okay, so I'm going to ask if y'all can hear the video.
My name is Joy Cabador. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, my name is Joy Cabador, and along with my colleagues Tia Hu and Matthew Mendoza, we are part of the Lab of Adaptive Athletics here at the University of Houston under Dr. Michael Cottingham. Today, we will be presenting our study on how COVID-19 has affected the physical and mental state of Paralympians. As we transition into the content, we have to understand the barriers these athletes face. Some of these barriers include lack of sport-specific resources. In Kearney and her colleagues' 2019, it is found that people with disabilities are one of the largest minority groups worldwide. This group is underexplored, resulting in underrepresentation, leaving a lot of room for growth and resources specific to these athletes. Another barrier is the cost of participation. According to Cottingham's 2017, disability sport participation is often self-funded. Equipment, tournament fees, and travel costs begin to add up, and it's a bigger burden for a group of athletes that already lack sponsorship and promotion. Lastly, transportation. Rimmer 2010 noted that transportation was a challenging factor because many of these athletes aren't able to drive and public transportation isn't always accessible or readily available in certain areas. Continuing on, motivation, knowledge of how to participate, and accessibility are other barriers for these athletes. Paralympic athletes were known to have high athletic identity, so their athletic identity will be directly impacted. Clearly, COVID has been a serious disruptor in the lives of these athletes, but we must further understand the athletic identity in the lives of elite athletes and subsequently elite athletes with disabilities. According to Groff and Zabrakeith, 2006, it is found that there's an equal amount of AI in comparison to athletes and athletes with disabilities. With that, according to Taziemski and colleagues, 2004, the intensity of AI is even more heightened in elite athletes. The positives of living an active athletic lifestyle shows more commitment to performing better as an elite athlete, according to Horton and Mack 2000. With this, the emotional and mental effects of not being able to compete can lead to distress due to the hyper-focus of winning and competing, that other parts of the athlete's lives seem to be less important or even neglected.
Tying this back to COVID-19, we really wanted to understand sports disruptions and what they really mean for athletes physically and mentally. And so the closest analog we found to the pandemic were the sports disruptions of injury, retirement, and parenthood. Physically, these three events often do lead to a partial or complete stopping of sports participation. As for mental health, retirement and injury have shown to leave the athletes feeling lost and without direction. And this is described by Kerr and Dakishin as nowhere land, where athletes feel symptoms of anxiety, depression, and lack of motivation. Motherhood, on the other hand, has shown opposite effects, where athletes feel self-enlightened. And this is because they develop a new identity as a mother athlete, which ultimately decreases their pressure from their sport. As for Paralympians, sports disruptions have shown similar negative effects on sports participation and mental health. And so now I'd like to give you a little bit more of a background as to what the Paralympics are and what they mean for Paralympians. So the Paralympics are the premier stage for elite disability sport and are one of the largest international sporting events, with over 140 countries represented and 28 sports hosted. And these sports range from goalball to powerlifting to adaptive basketball. It is also important to note that the Paralympics are a primary source of income for many Paralympians. And this is just due to the fact that disability sport is given less attention and less awareness, and therefore is less funded, as opposed to elite able-bodied sport. With these factors in mind, athletes often develop a strong athletic identity and exclusive focus on winning, as seen by Taziemski. And this focus results in some common and unique effects for Paralympians from sport, such as sport overuse, psychological stressors, and other health hazards. So speaking a little bit more about the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, they were on track to be one of the greatest Paralympic Games ever hosted, with record-breaking ticket sales, athlete competitors, and media coverage, but were unfortunately postponed. That being said, the purpose of our study is to investigate COVID-19's mental and physical impacts on Paralympic athletes' lives.
Moving on to methods. We interviewed 29 Paralympians and Paralympic hopefuls who were qualified or attempting to qualify for the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. 11 sports were represented, some are listed, along with powerlifting, canoeing, and swimming. Each researcher engaged in bracketing in order to address issues of reliability. Also, practice interviews demonstrated how to engage with athletes with disabilities. There were 12 questions that were categorized into background, COVID-specific, and reflection-based questions. 5 interviewers in total conducted these interviews through virtual video call. These interviews took place in July to August 2020, which was during the time the Paralympics were supposed to take place. We conducted a thematic analysis and a constant comparative method. Each interview was analyzed by 2 scholars.
After the initial analysis, 3 primary themes were identified. The first theme is less structured training and more adjustment. The second theme is change of lifestyle, and the last one is challenged mental health. The first theme we're focusing on here is about how COVID impacts Paralympians training. With travel bans, tournament cancellation, and facility shutdown, the athletes experienced limited facility access, no competition at all, reduced intensity, and less structured training and preparation. For athletes who spent the last 4 years working up to this point and supposed to increase their training and just so that they can peak at the right moment, and then it came to a halt, as our participant Lily described. However, with the 1-year postponement, Paralympians were still prioritizing the game with innovating physical training and increasing mental training in a self and team support environment. Brandy said, "Everything I do is centered around Tokyo." With the desire to compete and win, athletes like Mark were surprised and proud of what they have accommodated to keep the training going. We found it supported the finding from Powell and Mayer's study in 2017 that being exposed to demanding situation and a supportive environment could help Paralympians develop coping strategies. Besides training, Paralympians' lifestyle had been impacted on different levels as our second theme emerged. In health regime, athletes were responsible about health practice and focused more on healthy behavior, as Sandra stated. With almost no change or even improvement in nutrition and sleep. This is consistent with what Martin found about athletes with strong athletic identity are more likely to live an athletic lifestyle. In their daily activities, COVID impact their routine varied. Some of them are increased their downtime, while others are doing alternative activities. However, like Natalie, they emphasize a lot on how they used to have a busy traveling and scheduled lifestyle versus losing that part entirely and missing and feeling stuck. Moreover, they reported missing the missing part of social interaction and communication, but was able to partially accommodate it through regular virtual meetings and other communication tools. It is worth to note, COVID had a negative impact on athletes' life consideration and career plan due to the timeline interruption revealed in their lifestyle changes. As Ali explained, so the extra year kind of just to throw off any plan that we had. Moving to the next theme, we focus on the shared significant challenges in Paralympians' mental health. They anonymously experienced uncertainty, depression, lack of motivation, and other negative feelings such as stress and frustration. One of the participants stated, "With the uncertainty of the game, her purpose, her goal, and her dream were up in the air as well. However, she also showed her determination to moving forward instead of letting the uncertainty taking over." This represents most of the other athletes. The athletes who were developing positive mindset, appreciation, and new focus to cope with their mental health challenges. As Stephanie said, I think what's so cool about the Paralympics is us, Paralympians. We're so adaptable to our bodies, not being the most reliable in times, but we're okay, another year. If that's what the world needs, we will do it. Looking into the literature, Brewer and other researchers point out having a strong athletic identity and yet unable to compete will lead to negative psychological outcomes. However, Maddie and Javi found out hardness could provide Paralympians with determination, motivation, and strategies for turning the stressed situation into regular growth opportunities.
Our recommendations are really directed towards the national governing bodies, or NGPs for short. Given our result, we found that COVID-19 has given way to some additional barriers and feel it is necessary for these NGPs to deal with these issues more holistically, considering not just the physical challenges, but the mental challenges as well. That being said, NGB should provide minimal equipment packages to accommodate for the reduced training athletes are experiencing. These packages could include exercise equipment such as dumbbells, exercise bands, and some at-home workout programs. In addition, NGB should provide athletes with more individualized and situation-specific psychological resources to account for the suffering mental health athletes are facing. Lastly, we feel the funding that is used for travel and competition in a regular season should be reallocated for these implications. Transitioning to future research, future researchers should investigate how other sports disruptions affect Paralympians physically and mentally. This could bring light to other challenges that Paralympians face that are unique from able-bodied elite athletes. Future researchers should also investigate the long-term effects the pandemic had on Paralympians, maybe looking at retirement after COVID and how NGBs accommodated for these athletes' struggles after the pandemic. Now I'd like to take the time to talk about our adaptive athletics program, our lab, and what we offer. For undergrad students, they can be directly involved in our research lab and in our programming, which includes hosting our national and international wheelchair sporting events, as well as running our weekly practices for local athletes. And because adaptive athletics leadership is offered as a credit hour course, students can receive academic credit for their involvement. So if you're interested or have any questions, you can contact us at uhadaptiveathletics@gmail.com. Thank you for your time.
So at this time, we're inviting any questions. You can jot those in the chat, or you can jot those in the question and answer tab at the bottom of your document. Additionally, I'd like to ask, while you guys are dropping those questions, I would like to present you guys with a few questions from Matthew and Joy. So you've gone through this process. You've written a literature review. You collected data. You've analyzed that data. You've written a discussion. Can you tell me about what you thought was the most difficult part of that process as someone coming in on a first-time research study?
Do you want to go first, Joy?
You could go first, Matthew.
Okay. I think the most difficult part for me was definitely just understanding what literature review was. I felt like this was the first time I've really been introduced to that. Getting involved in the academia world was kind of it's definitely a cool experience and something I've never experienced before. So reading those papers and trying to understand a field that other people, from other areas have been looking at, I think is a pretty cool process, but definitely was a little challenging just reading through, finding whatever I could find about the field and yeah. So that was probably the most difficult part for me, or the most unique part for me.
Yeah, I would say something that you kind of have to understand when it comes to research is it's a very long process, and what we like to say, it's a marathon more than it is a sprint. So you have some days where I like to say that sometimes you have a learning curve, or sometimes you just have to go in there and go and just figure it out as you go. So that's kind of, I guess, the most difficult part of it for me. And I guess, trying to speak on our me and Matthew and Tiao, who you saw in the video, that's kind of something that we've been figuring out, is just, the process that we're going through with this.
I'd also like to ask, you both worked in the lab, both in the applied context, hosting events for us and wheelchair sports practices and running our programming, as well as on the research side. Do you want to talk about maybe the experiences of both, just so folks who are listening to this might be interested in applying on one side or the other?
You can go first, Joy.
Yeah. So, you could kind of see it, look at it on paper as to how you would interact with athletes with disabilities, and then going, let's just say, tennis practices, you could see
you know, the differences in that, and also just learning how to interact with these athletes, and kind of learning the applied side on, let's just say there's modifications that you do have to do when you do workouts with them. And that's kind of a big thing that I would say I learned is maybe, you know, and how to tape their rackets to their hands and stuff like that. So.
One thing I would say I learned through the programming of adaptive athletics is how I value the skills of leadership and the soft skills. So I, as a kines major, my degree is revolved around sciences. So I really didn't, I felt like I didn't get the soft skills or learn the soft skills I wanted to. So in adaptive athletics, you know, you learn, it's really a shock. It really shocked me learning how to organize and set up large scale events was definitely fulfilling for me. But it's also fulfilling for other people because, you know, they're able to attend the events and such. And just knowing that you're doing this for a community that is unique and underserved is, you know, fulfilling in that sense too.
And you guys are lucky no one's hit you with any difficult questions yet. So my last question would be, what would your advice be to an undergraduate student who is looking to take on a research study for the first time in terms of maybe time commitment going into it or just mentality working in a lab? What would you recommend to them?
You can go first, Trey.
Yeah, I think, I guess for my mentality is, you know, don't be afraid to kind of, you know, ask questions, because we're all figuring out how to do this process. And the other thing is, I would say relying on your research partners as well. You know, I think there's a great thing when meeting of the minds happens, and that's pretty fulfilling on like even learning how each other works, but then also learning how to communicate with each other, but then learning how each person thinks a certain way, and then how you could put that on paper.
And I guess what I would like to say is, I guess, yeah, just speaking to the time commitment and the commitment overall, like, I feel like as an undergrad, I would take classes and, you know, just try to get the assignments done, try to get the grade, but not having that intense like inner motivation. So like with research, there's not really a grade attached to it. It's just, you have to want to perform well and want to really understand what you're looking for. So I think for me, it was definitely a new experience in that sense as well. Just having that inner motivation of wanting to find something new, wanting to, knowing that I could bring something that hasn't been seen before to the body of literature fulfilled me in that sense.
Great, thank you very much. Well, unless there's any other questions, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Hamilton, and he can close us out. Oh wait, there's one other question that popped up. Sorry, you're not off the hook yet. I'm not sure if that's a great question, James. A little outside the course and scope of this study. If you'll directly message me, I'd love to chat with you about that if you would like to discuss that further. So without any further ado, we'll go ahead and this off to Dr. Hamilton. Thank you.
All right. I think that we should all be appreciative of the students that presented today and their faculty that helped them do that. That's good to see undergraduates getting a first time experience in doing research. Research is one of those things that is oftentimes misunderstood more often than it's understood. And also research is something that varies enormously from one laboratory to the next, and even within the same discipline between different laboratories and how it's done. And so I encourage all students to remember that. And much as if you were picking food off the menu, you would certainly not want to judge all foods the same. There's going to be different tastes for it, and also there's a certain level of maturity and growth that takes place to appreciate different types of research, just like there are with certain foods. And so, research is by far probably the most creative and difficult endeavor that many of us will encounter. And that's what makes it challenging. That's what makes it fun and rewarding. It doesn't mean that all research is equally valuable, because it doesn't always crack the nut that you're going after. But when it does, it can be very stimulating and hard to get that same kind of intellectual stimulation from other things. And so anyhow, I appreciate the students putting in the effort to do that, and their faculty to help them. So that concludes it for this year's symposia for this department's students and faculty to share what's interesting to them. And we appreciate all the hard work by everybody, especially Pranav, who has been invaluable, Prashant, excuse me, who's been an invaluable person for this department, and helping on this is so many other things. Thank you very much. Goodbye.